Hi guys, and welcome to another Divi theme tutorial. This is Jamie from System22 and webdesignandtechtips.com. Well, in this video we're going to put together this WooCommerce site. We've mocked up a site for selling computers. It's got countdown timers and bestsellers sections, brand sections with pop-outs, product carousels, sign-up forms, number counters with animated background, and of course we've got things like shop pages, and we've covered variable products, simple products, and digital products such as downloading an ebook as well. We've got categories pages. Of course we've got privacy policies and return policies. And of course we've got a contact section, and we've got a custom checkout and custom cart page. We also cover setting up PayPal and PayPal Sandbox for testing. So follow along with this video and learn how to build this awesome e-commerce site. It's a lot easier than you think. So let's get started. I've got a fresh install of WordPress right here. It's the default theme, which I think is 2020 at the moment. I'm going to go over to Elegant Themes and download the Divi theme. You can download it from my affiliate link below this video, and there's a 30-day no questions asked free trial if you just want to try it out. So I'm going to go ahead and click the download Divi theme button, and as you can see it's downloaded there. Let's go back to my site. I'm going to go to the dashboard, themes, appearance and themes. I could have done it from the top link up there. At the moment, yeah, we've got the 2020 that's active at the moment. So I'm going to hit add new theme. I'm going to hit upload theme. I'm going to grab my little zip file here. Just drop it in there. Or you can hit the choose file button and browse to your download location. And I'm going to hit install now. Theme has been installed successfully. Let's go ahead and activate it. There we are, we've got it activated. Now I'm going to go in and I'm going to delete all these other themes here. Anything that you don't need on your site, it's a good idea to get rid of because it just slows things down. It's just another thing for your database to crawl through. So I'm just left clicking on each of them, hitting the delete button, confirming. There we go, we're just left with our Divi theme here. Now as you can see, we've now got a little Divi icon here. Now if I click on that, it'll take us to our theme options. And you've got your general dashboard here. This is where we'll be adding our logo. We'll go through all this in a while. I'm just doing setup today. Various options back to the top button, social media icons, and this is where you can add custom CSS if you need to. I'll try and keep that fairly minimal for this site today. We'll try and do it without too much custom coding, if any at all. You've got a navigation panel where you can exclude pages from the nav bar, show drop down menus, home links, sort page links, etc. You've got your builder. Now the Divi builder is absolutely awesome. Drag and drop page builder that you can do on the front end in real time. And I've got that enabled. It's enabled by default obviously. You can choose your layout here, show comments on posts, place thumbs on posts. Quite often it's a good idea to disable comments on posts because you get so much junk and spam. It's entirely up to you though. Sometimes you do get great feedback, but it's pretty rare. A lot of time it's people trying to sell stuff. You can enable advertising banners here if you like to do that. This has got a great little SEO panel right here where you can put your site's homepage title and a meta description. This is what will appear in Google or searches from various things. Your title will appear, I'm sure you've seen it, and a little snippet about what your site is about. You can put keywords in there if you want to. It's not a bad idea, but really nowadays keywords are really not that effective. Integration. Now if you need to add code to your header or body, this is where you're going to do it. Things like Google tracking, for instance, and stuff like that is great to put in here. This is where you put it, head. If you need to put it in your body, various scripts. If you need to add code to the top of your post, right here, custom code. And obviously bottom of the post there. Updates. Now once you've downloaded Divi and installed it, you're going to need to put in your username and API key to make sure that you get all the relevant updates. So I will be doing that very shortly. If we roll on down, we've got the theme builder. This is a new feature they've brought in the last few months where you can make global headers, global body parts and apply them to different sections of your site. For instance, you make different styles for your blog pages, different styles from your e-commerce checkout pages. Really useful. We'll be covering all that as we go along, and this is a great new feature. Theme customizer. This is really useful too, and you see this on most WordPress sites. I'm not going to go through them all at the moment. General settings, header and navigation, footer. You can customize. We'll be customizing as we go along. Color schemes, menus, widget, homepage settings, additional CSS, etc. The additional CSS here is exactly the one as we saw before in the Divi panel. It's just giving you another way, another gateway to get to it. So let's close that down. Role editor, something I don't actually use that much, but you can turn things off for people with various different roles. If they're an admin, if they're an editor, author or controller, you can decide what things they can and can't do if they're in your site. Now if you've got other people working on your site and you want to keep it safe, you don't perhaps trust their skills, then this is a great thing because you can stop them from doing this, that or whatever it is you decide that you don't want them to be able to affect. Divi library. This is great. When you create modules and you save them, this is where they'll be, and you can reuse them, export them and use them on other sites, and you can import modules from other sites, and once you've done that, this is where they'll be, and we'll be demonstrating that too. The support center is where you go if you want to find something out. There's some great how-to articles here. Now WordPress, as its open source code, allows you to add all kind of different plugins. We will be adding plugins, so definitely WooCommerce, perhaps a few more. Occasionally when a plugin updates, it will conflict with your theme and things will start breaking and won't work correctly. If that happens, you can go into your dashboard here and just disable all your plugins in one swoop and find out which one's causing the problem by re-enabling them one by one. So that's a great little feature too. So that's all I'm going to do today. We've downloaded and installed the Divi theme. In the next video, I'm going to go ahead. Here it is. All we got there is the default Divi logo and run through the setup. An example menu and the example post that gets loaded automatically with WordPress. So let's go ahead and start branding our site. First thing I want to do is add a logo. If you go down to Divi, theme options, where we are at the moment, right at the top here on the general tab, you're going to see logo, and this is where you can upload your logo. Now I've created just a simple logo in Photoshop. I know everybody doesn't have Photoshop. There's plenty of places online you can create logos, or there's a free alternative to Photoshop called GIMP. I've never actually used it myself because I've always had Photoshop, but people say it's very good and it's very similar. I'll put this link below, and it's absolutely free. So if you want to use that, that may be a solution for you. So I'm going to go ahead and upload my logo that I've created. So I'm going to just left click on the upload button here. Going to drag my logo over from the folder that I've got it in. Left click, drag, release, and drop it. In the alt text, every image has got an alt text box, and really the alt text should be a description of whatever the image is, say in this case a logo. But a lot of people do put in a few keywords there and things like that to help their SEO. So that's another thing you may bear in mind. So I've got that in there. I'm going to set it as the logo. I'm going to save the changes. Now we can look at the page, but I haven't set any dimensions for it or anything like that. Let's refresh and see how it's put it in there. There it is, and to me that's a little small. It's not too bad, but let's get it how we want it. And I might want to change the color of my background. I think I might use sort of blues for my store. So let's go back to the theme options, and this time we're going to go into the theme customizer. Now when it's loaded, let's go to general settings and we'll add what they call the favicon. Favicon is this little type thing that sits in the browser tab at the top here. And if you go to general settings in your customizer here, you'll have site identity, and here is where you can put in a site icon. I've called my store Divi Ecom. Whatever you want, and that is what will appear up here. As you can see, Divi for Ecom, just An. I haven't saved it. If we publish that, it'll change to my online store. There we go. Now I've refreshed. It's got my Divi Ecom my online store. So that's your title and your tagline there. So we're in general settings, site identity. We've changed those two. Let's add our site icon. And again, I'm going to hit the select site icon. I'm simply going to drag the little icon that I created over. These are commonly called favicons. I may be being a bit old school there, but that's what I've always known them as. So I've got that. I'm going to hit the select. And as you can see, it's put it in there. And it's up at the top here. Now, mine is a transparent PNG file. So that basically means that white background is not there. It's just the circle with no background at all. If I pull up Photoshop, you'll see that a bit easier. As you see, my logo there has got no background. And I've saved it as what they call a PNG, transparent file. There's that little favicon file, and it's got no background. So whatever color the browser tab is, it's just going to show the logo like that, which is great. Okay, so we set that now. Next thing I want to do is I want to make my logo here a lot bigger, and I think I want to change the color of my actual nav bar at the top here. So let's go back. We'll go back again. We'll go down to header and navigation. Now, header format, you can decide whether you want it default, which is got what we've got at the moment, logo on the left, menu on the right. You can have it centered, so the logo's in the middle, the menu's underneath. You can have it centered inline, which will put the logo in between your menu items here. You can have it slide in, so you've got a side menu like that. We just click this, see it slides in like that. Or you can have it full screen where it stretches throughout the width of the actual screen there. At the moment we've got it sort of boxed, so it's kind of in the middle there. Well, not in the middle, but there's a gap either side. So I'm going to put mine back to the default. That's fine for me at the moment. A little later on in this series we'll develop some custom headers, and we will be creating a custom footer section as well. Okay, so we've got the header format where we want it. This that we're looking at the moment is the primary menu bar. So let's go into there. Now the menu height, this is how high this particular section is. Drag it up, make it bigger, drag it down to make it smaller, or put in whatever value you want here. I'm going to put in 100, keep it simple. And my logo max height, let's give it, say, 90. Yeah, that's a bit better. I think that works pretty well for me. Text size, at the moment that's fine. Letter spacing, that's fine too. Now the background color, something I think I might want to use some blues. So I'm going to grab the default blue there. Yeah, and that's fine. It still lets my little logo stand out okay. We haven't created any products yet. I'm not sure what I'm going to sell on this store yet, but I think I might go for computers and stuff like that. I don't know. We'll see. And because we've changed that color there, I think I might want to change this to a lighter color, either that sort of purpley pink or a white. So let's just try a white. Text color is right here. Yeah, that's okay. That's going to work. The opacity is down on it. If you want to get it brighter, just bring the opacity up like that. I think I'm going to do that. Now the active link color, which would be the page that we're on at the moment, let's make that a purple or slightly different color. Because this isn't a real menu, that's not showing up at the moment, but that's where you can change it. I think I'll probably leave that as a different color at a different time. Okay, so I'm fairly happy with that menu. We haven't got a drop down, so I don't need to worry about that at the moment. And drop down menu animation, we don't need to worry about that at this particular time. So I'm going to click on there. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into this front page and just put something there so we can scroll, because there's something I want to show you. So I'm going to go back to the dashboard. I'm going to publish my changes first. I'll go back to the dashboard. I'm going to go to pages, or I'm going to hit the little, you can do it with the plus button up here and add a page, or you can go to pages here, however you wish to do it. So I'm going to hit the page up here. And I'm going to give it the title of home. I'm going to use the Divi builder. Now what I'm doing here is purely for a demonstration to show you something on that menu bar. You can take a tour if you want to. I've used it hundreds of times before, so I'm going to go ahead and start building. Now Divi comes with hundreds of templates. If you want to use a template, that's fine. Perhaps I'll just throw one in there for this demonstration. Let's grab the first one I see there. That's fine. I'm going to say use this layout. And as you can see, it's thrown in a layout. Actually, it's funny, I was talking about computers and there's one right there. It's thrown in this layout right here. And I'm going to go ahead and save the page changes. Because the rest of the site we're going to build from scratch. I just wanted to show you something. Let's publish this page. Exit the visual builder. Now when I scroll, because we've got a long page here, you see that menu at the top, it shrinks. And that's great, but I don't want it to. I want it to stay the same height all the time. The reason I had to put this page in is because we didn't have anything to scroll with before. So to fix that or change it to however you want to change it, we need to go back into the customizer. So let's go back to the dashboard. We'll go down to Divi again, to theme customizer. Now we called that page home. So what we need to do is go down to where it says home page settings right here, and I'm going to assign that to the front page. Your home page displays your latest post. Well, this is a post. It's the generic post that comes with WordPress. I'm going to switch that to static page and select the page I just created, which is the one called home right there. Okay, now we've done that, we can scroll and see that our menu shrinks. So let's go back, go to header and navigation. Now remember, the primary menu was this one that we were working on. When you scroll, that's no longer the primary menu there. That is actually the fixed menu. So if we go back and actually go back into the primary menu and remember these numbers, the menu height is set to 100, the height here, and the logo max height is set to 90. I don't think we've got that in the fixed, but let's see. Here we are, fixed navigation. So to stop that scrolling, to keep it the same height or make it whatever height you want to set that to the same size, 100. Now it's set to the same size. When you scroll, there'll be no change. Our plugins page, and that'll be down at dashboard plugins. I'm already there. As you can see, I've got no plugins installed on this theme at the moment. I'm going to hit the little add new button up here, and in the search box over here I'm going to type in WooCommerce, WOOCOMMERCE, WooCommerce. Hit the enter key and there it is. And as you can see, here's the one that we want here. WooCommerce has all kinds of extensions and modifications for doing just about everything. It's just fantastic. So I'm going to go ahead and hit the install button. Once it's installed, I'm going to go ahead and hit the activate button. And there we are. Once it's activated, it's going to pop up and ask you to start configuring it. So you want to go through this. I'm in the United States at the moment. Put in your address. Whatever it is. Whatever city. State. I'll just choose the first one there. Zip code or postal code. Whatever your currency is, there's a drop down here. Obviously, because we're in the United States here, I'm going to use the US dollar. Now, I plan to sell both physical and digital products. Well, I'm not really sure what I'm selling on this site yet. I think I'm going to go for laptops and desktop computers. But I may want to sell some software too. So I'm going to leave that. I plan to sell both physical and digital products. Physical being the computers, digital being the software. I'm not going to be selling products or services in person. So I'm not going to be going around to people's establishments and selling them stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and hit the let's go. It's going to pop up with help improve WooCommerce with usage tracking. It's not a bad idea to enable that. It won't affect you, but it gives the WooCommerce team stats, and that enables them to improve their plugin. So either do or don't do that. Like I say, it's not a bad idea to let them have that info because it does improve it for future use. Next is payment. By default, Stripe's enabled here, so you can either use that. If you don't want to use Stripe, turn that one off and flip the PayPal one to on. That would be my one of choice, but Stripe's getting really good now too. And put in the email address that's associated with your PayPal account. Offline payments, if you hit the little drop down here, it gives you options for other payment methods, such as an offline gateway that lets you accept checks as methods of payments. Flip that to on if you want to use that. You can take backs, which are bank account transfers, and you can do cash on delivery. I don't want to use any of those at the moment for my store, so I'm going to hit the continue button at the bottom. Shipping. Now here you can decide whether you're going to have flat rate for shipping or free shipping. For mine, I'm going to use flat rate. I'm going to say $20 anywhere in the United States, and not covered by these zones. Basically up here you can add zones in different places and different prices for different places if you want to. You can set a fixed price. You can do free, which I wouldn't recommend. I'm just going to flip that to off and have a notification that we don't sell to anybody outside of the United States. And if you want to use live rates or UPS, you can find a variety of extensions. When we loaded this plugin, there were those extensions there. Now, what do you want to use for shipping weights? Well, it doesn't matter too much here because it's a flat rate, but we're in the United States, we're still on old money here. We're using ounces and inches. You can set it to kilograms and grams, pounds if you want to, or millimeters, centimeters, meters if you're on the metric system, obviously. So let's hit the continue there. I'm happy with ounces and inches. Okay, here you can decide whether you want to charge automated taxes. It's a good idea, or else you're going to end up paying taxes out of your pocket for the products you sell. So I'm going to leave that one checked. MailChimp, that's great. You can hook it up to your MailChimp account if you like to collect email addresses and that from customers, and that will allow you to send them newsletters and special deals and what have you. I'm not going to be covering that in this one. We may cover it at another time. And the same with this. If you want to do Facebook tracking, Facebook pixel and what have you, leave that one checked. And again, I'm not going to be covering that in this. We may cover it in another video or two. So I'm just going to leave the automated taxes on. Now here's one. Your store is almost ready. Activate it. Jetpack's great, but I don't have it installed. It's a free plugin. In fact, when you install your WordPress initially, you'll probably find that Jetpack's installed. I don't have mine installed, so I'm going to skip this step. And you can skip this step. Everything will still work fine, but Jetpack does actually offer a few great little features there. So I'm going to hit the little skip this step at the bottom. And that's it. It says you're ready to start selling. Now put your email address in here if you want product updates and inspiration. They do actually send out some emails. I've done this before with stores, and you get some good emails from them that gives you new ideas for creating products and lets you know about updates and how you can do things, etc. But that's entirely up to you. If you don't want to do it, just delete that. Now you're ready to create some products. Well, that's great. We're going to save that for a new video. We'll be creating simple products and variable products. Or if you have products already and on a different site, you want them to import them in this site, you can do that here. So I'm happy with that. I'm going to go ahead and visit the dashboard. And we're all set up, ready to go. my store's not using a secure connection. I'm building mine on my local machine here, so it's not going to be. So I can just dismiss that notice. There's another notice right here about smart payment buttons. It says they're going to be discontinuing these. So let's have a look at that PayPal checkout settings page. And if we scroll down, here's our smart payment button. So you can either turn it on or off. You can decide what your buttons actually look like here, which is quite a nice idea. But we're going to be customizing our buttons with the Divi theme itself. So I'm just going to go up, and I'm going to disable that. Once that's unchecked, let's save our changes. And you're going to notice on your dashboard you've now got a WooCommerce tab, and underneath, or if you click on it, in the last video we installed and set up WooCommerce. I'm just going to go through the settings for you before we actually create a product, because it's pretty important. This is good stuff. On your dashboard, go down to WooCommerce and then to settings. We're on the general tab here. This is where you can check your information you put in earlier about where you are. General options. Sell to all countries. Well, I just want to sell to the United States, so I'm going to say sell to a specific country. There we go. And I can leave that to ship to all countries I sell to because I've only got the one there. Default customer location. That will tell you where your customer is, basically. You can turn that off if you don't want it. You can turn geolocation on, but there's a few settings you may need to tweak if you want to do that. For me, it's fine because we're just shipping to the country we're in at the moment. Enable taxes. We mentioned that yesterday. I think that's a good idea because otherwise you're going to end up paying it from your own pocket. Enable coupons. If you intend to sell things at cut prices or with coupons, yeah, it's great. So I'm going to leave that enabled, and we'll be making some coupons in further videos. Currency options, as you can see, this is the ones we set up. Here you can decide how it's displayed. Thousand separated, we've got a comma there. Decimal, we've got a point. And number of decimals 2. So it's $2.50, which is absolutely fine for me. So we want to save our changes and move on to the next tab, which is the products tab. Now here you can dictate what pages you show your shop items from. A lot of this for what we're doing today is pretty irrelevant because we're using the Divi theme, so we're going to be using custom pages. But if you're not, this is where you set the pages for your shop. Here you can decide when they add something to their cart, you can redirect them straight to the cart as soon as they do it. But I'm going to leave mine enable Ajax add to cart button on the archives, which is just leaves a button there and they can continue browsing. Now, placeholder image. If you've got a product with no image at all, you can put an image in here that'll just show. Now, it could be your logo, it could be anything. To put an image in there, if you open your media library, upload any image that you want. If you simply click on an image, click on any image, here's the URL of that actual image. If you double click on that, you can simply put that in there if you want to. And every time there's a product without an image, it'll put in that image for you. All mine have images, so I'm not going to bother with that. Measurements, we set this before, weights and ounces and inches. Again, you can change it if you need to. Enable reviews. You can let your customers review the products if you want to. It's always a good idea. And you can show a verified owner label if it's somebody that's purchased that product from you. Now, if you want to, you can only let people leave a review that have actually bought it from your store. So reviewers can only be left by verified owners. And again, you can decide whether you want them to give it star ratings, and you can decide whether that should be required or optional. Take it off, it's optional. Leave it on, it's required. So let's save our changes. Move on to tax. Now, we mentioned this before. You can either enter your prices inclusive of tax, or you can enter the price of the object over here in the United States. Most stores you go into, in fact all stores you go into, when you buy things, they are non-inclusive of tax. In Europe, most places, they've got the tax included in the price. So that's entirely up to you. Now you can calculate the tax on the customer shipping address, or customer billing address, or the shop base address, which is where I'm located, which is probably the most sensible one because they're buying from wherever you are, and so you'd have to pay the state tax from wherever you are. This I'm going to leave exactly as it is, shipping tax class based on the cart items. That way it just adds to the tax to whatever items you have in your cart. Here you can choose to round the tax at a subtotal level instead of rounding per line. So in other words, if they've got 5 items, it'll just show the tax at the bottom instead of under each item. You can add different tax classes if you have 0 rate products. Prices in the shop, like I say, because we're in the United States, I'm going to leave them excluding tax. If you want to include it, just hit the drop down and hit include. Display prices during cart and checkout, excluding tax. Again, it's up to you, but I'm going to leave mine excluding tax, and the tax will be added at the end. Price display suffix. Well, a suffix is something that comes after something. So this would be something that you want to display after your price. For instance, in the UK, it would be price including VAT, or in the United States, you could put excluding tax if you wanted to right in there. I'm going to leave mine right there because most people know exactly what's going on over here. Display tax totals itemized or as a single total. I think I'll have mine as a single total. So let's save changes and move on. Let's go over to shipping. Now I already set mine up as United States flat rate. I put it for $20. If you're shipping to other places, then you can simply add a shipping zone and put the price in for that shipping zone. I'm not, because I'm just delivering to the United States as it's computers. So let's move on to payments. Now here, when we set up PayPal on its own, which is fine, it works for me. You can flip these on and off right here and configure them to whatever suits you. Now if you wanted to have something like Square or other payment plans, if we go to our plugin page, hit the add new button, and in the search box type WooCommerce Square or whatever it is you're looking for. There's a free plugin to add Square to your payment options, and there's one for pretty much any payment option that you're likely to want. So let's go back. Didn't make any changes, don't need to save. Accounts and privacy. Now you can choose to allow your customers to place orders without an account. You can allow customers to log into an existing account during checkout, as if they've not logged in at checkout, they can log into their account. All self-explanatory. Allow customers to create an account during checkout. Allow customers to create an account on the My Account page if you have one. When creating an account, automatically generate an account username for the customer based on their name, surname or email, which is pretty self-explanatory. If you get them to put in their first name, it'll be something to do with their first name. If they're just putting in their email, then it's going to be whatever the first part of their email is. When creating an account, automatically generate an account password. It's not a bad idea. If you take that off, they'll have to generate their own. That way it's going to be a lot stronger password. Account erasure requests. Remove personal data from authors on request. When they erase their account, it's going to get rid of all their data. Personal data removal. Allow personal data to be removed in bulk from orders. That adds the option to the order screen for removing personal data in bulk. Privacy policy. Here you can have a privacy page and just let people know what your privacy policy is, and a checkout privacy policy. Update this, personalize it how you wish, and again you can do a custom privacy page and put it here. When you create that page, it will automatically be added to this list, or by default there's a privacy policy page anyway. Now, personal data retention. Choose how long to retain personal data when it's no longer needed for processing. So you can say 0 months, 0 weeks, 3 days, retain cancelled orders, 3 days, retain completed orders. Might want to keep those for a little bit longer. So let's say 1 month. And you can change this. The drop downs here: months, days, weeks, years. So let's save those changes and move on. Okay, we've got a flag there. We can't do 0 months. So let's put that to days. Retain inactive accounts for 2 days. And I guess it's the same with this. Pending orders. Let's save that for just 1 day. Now let's save our changes. And move on to emails. And these are default ones that are created by the WooCommerce. If you want to edit it, just hit the manage button and put in what you want here. Put in custom messages when people purchase stuff. Let's go back. By default, I'm going to leave mine just as they are because it tends to work fantastically. Just out of interest, let's look at refunded order. You could put something in like or whatever makes sense to you. Save our changes. Back to the emails. So you can go through and just select and edit them as you see fit. And at the bottom here, it's going to be for my site name, which is Divi for Ecom, as you can see up there. For my email address, you can add a header image to the email if you want to, same way as we added that image earlier. Just get the URL and put it in there. Footer text, put in what you want. That's fine with me, WooCommerce. You could put in your brand name or whatever you. Header image actually wouldn't be a bad idea to put the logo in there. Let's actually do that, shall we? So let's go to our media library again. I've still got it open up here. Shut this one down. There's our logo. Copy that, Control C, and pop it in there. You might want to send a test email to yourself just to make sure it's going to display correctly for you. You can change your base color, background color, body background color, and body text color. So customize it probably with the colors of your logo or something like that, whatever floats your boat, as they say. So let's save those changes. Move on to integration. Now, MaxMind geolocation is to add geolocation lookups, which means it'll automatically find out where the country is that your customers are coming from. Since mine are all coming from the United States, I really don't need that. It's free to sign up. If you want to do that for your particular store, just click on this link here and you can sign up for a free account. Create an account on MaxMind and just sign up, put in your details there. Obviously, like I say, for me that's not going to work, or it's not really pertinent because everybody's that I'm selling to is from the United States, so I already know where they're located. Okay, and this just tells you the file path of the database for this information, which I'm building mine on my local machine here, so it's going to store it there in the WP Content Uploads WooCommerce folder. Okay, no changes, so we don't need to change anything there. And last but not least, let's go to the Advanced tab. Now here you can decide what's used for what, cart page, checkout page. The drop down will show you the pages that you've got created by default, and you can select it. Like I say, we're building this with a Divi theme, so I'm going to be making custom pages for most of these. So we'll be covering that at a different time. Now if you've got an online store, it's not a bad idea to have an SSL certificate. People will still buy for you, and it's perfectly safe with PayPal and gateways like that. But you're going to need an SSL for that. And there's a bunch of free options out there like Cloudflare that comes to mind. I've used that plenty of times. You don't need to purchase a high dollar SSL certificate for your site for this. So just Google Cloudflare, Cloudflare, and you can set up a free SSL that way. You just need to point their name servers to your DNS, and it's pretty. They've got some tutorials on there. Endpoints are applied to your page URLs to handle specific actions during the checkout process. I'm going to leave these exactly as they are. They need to be unique. Unless you know what you're doing, I'd probably leave those as they are. These little question marks I should have mentioned before. They've got nice little popover tips if you're not sure what's going on. Same with the account endpoints. Now I didn't change anything, so there's nothing else to say. So there we have it. That's pretty much the overview of the settings of WooCommerce. They're quite important, but they're not that complex. Go through, set it up how you wish. We want to decide on the name for our product. So I'm going to be selling laptops, desktops and things like that on here. So we'll say HP laptop. In here I'm going to put the long description, which is the description and the features. And if we roll down, it's a simple product. It's got one price. It's not a virtual product or a downloadable product. So we just need to put the price in here, and we'll say $4.99. If you want to mark it down on sale at any time, just put your sale price in there. I'll put a sale price in for you just so you can see. Let's put in $3.99. Tax status, yep, it's taxable. Tax class, whatever class you've created in your WooCommerce tax setup there. Inventory, the amount that you've actually got in. You don't have to put in an inventory number if you don't want. So we'll click the little button, enable stock management, and product level. We'll say 20. Allow back orders. What that means is if you switch that to allow but notify a customer, when your 20 is gone, they can still order one, but they'll be notified that there's going to be a delay as you get more stock in. If you just have it on allow, it'll allow them to purchase it, and you'll have to physically contact them yourselves to let them know there's going to be a delay. Low stock threshold below here is the number that you decide if one of your products gets down to this level, you're going to get sent an email from your website to the admin email letting you know that you're low on stock on that particular product. Now, sold individually, if you just want to sell one to each customer, just check that little box there. Shipping? Well, we've got standard shipping on all ours of $20. So I don't need to put anything in here. If you wanted to calculate it by the weight and dimensions, you could do that here. Linked products. Here you can put in other products that you think they might be interested in. Just enter 3 more characters. We'll do this at another time. As we've got no more products, this isn't going to work at this particular time. Same with cross sales. When we've got more products, I'll show you how to set that up. Attributes, we don't need to do this really at the moment, because this is when we set up variable product. That's a product that has different types. Say it's a laptop, you can sell it with a 500 gig hard drive, a terabyte hard drive, 4 gigs of RAM, 8 gigs of RAM. You can do different variations of it and have different prices for them, but we're doing a simple product, so we don't need to worry about that today. Purchase note, it's just a little note you can put in there that gets sent to the customer after they've actually purchased the item. Menu order is just the position in the orders that it is. And if you hit the get more options, you can add more plugins and things to do various different things. We don't need to do that with ours today. Down below we've got the product short description. So for that, if you just want to display a short description on some pages, we'll just put in this top part for that. So I'm going to copy that. There we go. Okay, so we've done all the text that we need to do for our product. Now we need to actually put in a product image. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to set a product image. It's going to open up our media library. And I'm going to drag in the image that I want for my product here. As you can see, it's put that there. Now, if you've got a product that you want lots of different views of for people, add a product gallery image. I don't, but I'll just add a few so you can see how it actually works. I'll just add some different laptop pictures. And we'll add those. So you're going to have your main picture, then you're going to have these underneath. My actual product images, I like to have mine all the same. I've actually made mine 400 by 400 pixels, so they're square, and all my images are going to be like that. If you've got a product that requires people looking at it in greater detail, then you need to have larger images. But that works for me in this situation. So we've got just about everything we need here. Product tags, you can put in sort of laptops, computers, whatever pertains to the product that you're having, and you just need to put a comma in between these tags. So I'll add those. Now, categories. As we go along, we're going to have different products, and each product's going to have a category, and it can have multiple categories. So let's add a new category. This is an HP laptop. So let's add a category called laptops. And add the new category. And I'm also going to add another category. I'm going to call it HP, because perhaps our other ones may be Dell or... So we'll just hit add new category again. I'm going to add one called HP. Hit the add new category. And there it is right there. And it's okay for it to be in more than one category. When we start sorting these things out, you'll see how that will work. So let's publish our new product. And we'll take a look at it. Another thing I want to mention while we're here is the page layout itself. You can have a right sidebar, left sidebar, or no sidebar. I'll leave it on right sidebar and you can see exactly what it is at the moment. So let's go ahead and preview our changes and have a look at our product. And there we go, there's our product. And they've got a little magnifying glass here that'll light box it out. So that's what I was saying, if you've got a product that you want people to zoom in on and stuff, you want to have a slightly bigger image than I've got here. And here's the little product gallery that we put in below there. There's the original price that's crossed out there, and there's the sale price that we put in there. And as you can see, it's got a little tag that says on sale or sale. Now this whole page, as we go further into the site, we're going to actually customize with the Divi theme customizer. So there's no real point in me going too deep into this. Now here's the right sidebar as we were looking at earlier. In our last video, we set up this simple product. Showed you how to do that, really easy to do. Let's go back to our products page here. We're on the dashboard, we're in products. There's the product we set up. Today we're going to set up a variable product. Now a variable product is something that has different colors, different prices, different sizes. For ours, we'll create another product with a desktop computer that has different hard drive sizes and different amounts of RAM. So let's get started. I'm going to hit the add new button at the top. And let's say gaming desktop. Now we're going to do pretty much the same as we did in the last one. So I'm going to fly through that bit pretty quickly. If you want to learn how to do the simple product bit, please watch that video. It's in our playlist below this video. So I'm going to copy the title there. I'm going to put in all the things that we put in before pretty much for the simple product. Now for a multi-product, we need to start off as a simple product. So we'll leave that as a simple product. You want to put in your price, just like we did with our other one. Put in a sale price if you want to. Tax status and tax class, we covered that in the last video. Let's pop down to inventory, decide how many we've got. We'll say 20 of those. And we'll get a notification when the stock drops to 2. It'll send to the admin email. Now this is a real product, it's a physical product, it's not a virtual product or a downloadable product, so we can leave those unchecked. Shipping, for mine I've got $20 shipping throughout the United States. Here, if you want to do it by weight and calculate it with your shipping classes that you've created, you can do it right here. Okay, so let's go down to link products. We didn't have any yesterday, but if you want to add linked products, we've got one product in at the moment, which is laptop. So if I just put in 3 letters, lap, it should find it. There it is. So we can link this product, and you can do that for multiple products. And if you wanted to cross-sell with a different product, do exactly the same thing. Put in the first 3 letters of whatever it is you want to cross-sell, and it'll find it for you. You can add it, and you can add another one and another one, as many as you need. So we could actually do that today. We couldn't do that yesterday as we only had the one product. Now let's go down to attributes. This is where we're going to add the variations, the attributes that are going to make up the variations for our actual computer. Now there's a drop down here, but that's going to be the only thing in it at the moment. There we are. So let's hit the add button and add some attributes. Okay, first we'll say hard drive, and let's say 500 gigabyte, and then you separate it with a pipe. A pipe is the sort of straight up looking key, and it's usually above the enter key on your dashboard there. Pipe 750 gigabyte pipe, and we'll say 1 terabyte. There we go. Now at the moment these say visible on product page. That's absolutely fine. Let's save those attributes. Let's add another one. Let's say the amount of RAM that it's got, perhaps. And you can keep adding these, color, whatever you want to add to them. And we'll say, if it's a gaming computer, let's start off with 8 gigabytes. Then the pipe, same thing as above, 16 gigabytes. Yeah, pipe, and 32 gigabytes. Great, so let's save that one too. Okay, so we're still on a simple product here. It's saved those now, and if we look in there, they're there. Now that we've got those, I'm not going to cover advanced and get more options. We did that in the simple product. Let's go back up to simple product and turn this from a simple product into a variable product. And again, we want to just go down. Now we've got a thing that says variations here. But before we can actually use this, if I go in there, before you add a variation, you need to add some variation attributes in the attributes tab. Well, we've added some attributes, so you might be thinking, well, why is this flagging me about this? We've actually got to go in there now that we've got a variable product, go into the attributes, hit the little drop down arrow over here. We're going to check this little box that wasn't there when it was a simple product. Got to check it and say used for variations. And go into the next one, do exactly the same thing. Save the attributes. Now we can go back into variations. And it auto updates. And if you hit the little drop down here, you can manually add a variation if you want to. But I'm going to get it to create variations from all the attributes. And that's going to take the various different hard drives and the various different amounts of RAM and create variations from all of them. So I'm going to hit that one and hit the go button. It's going to ask me if I'm sure I want to do that. Yep, I'm sure. And it says 9 variations added. And here we are. And you can go through, as it says, we've not got prices on these variations. So we need to go through, hit the little drop down arrow on each one and decide on the price for it. Variation price, whatever it is, 508 gigabyte. So this is the smallest, so this would be $7.99. Put it on sale if you want to. We don't need weight, don't need a shipping class. We'll say that's the same as the parent, which is the main one there. Tax class similar. So all I'm going to do really is change the prices on here. 16 gigabytes. We'll make this one $8.99. 32 gigabytes. $9.99. Etc. So you just need to go through and set these. I'll pause this and I'll do the rest and we'll take a look at our variable product. Okay, so I've added the last price now. Let's save those changes. At the top you can decide on what the default one that you want. Let's start off at the smallest with the smallest default price. This is the one that will pop up when they view this actual product right there. Now let's set our product image. Just drag the image over. It's fine. Alt text, we've discussed that before. A lot of people will put keywords in there. Like I say, really it should be a description of whatever the image is, but a lot of people do use it for SEO and put keywords in there. So let's set our product image. There we go. And you can add more images for a product gallery if you've got different images you want to add with it. I'll just put a few in there and they'll appear underneath the main image. Now for each of your variations, if you want to, you can put a different image in. So I'll just, for instance, I'll do this 500 gigabyte, 16 gigabyte. Hit the little upload image icon here and you can choose an image, whatever you like to do. Looks like I've put the same image in twice there. Let's get rid of that one and add a different one. There we go. Okay, let's roll up. And again, we want to give it a category. So let's add a couple more categories for this. Alienware, I guess they're quite a well-known brand for gaming computers. I'm not going to give it a parent category. I'm just going to add that one. Let's added it there. And let's also add one that's called desktops. Like I said in the last video, it's fine to have more than one category, and we'll be going through this in later videos. It just helps you to organize things. So let's add that category. There we have it. Let's go up. Let's save our draft or publish it, however you want to do. I'm going to hit the publish button. Once published, let's preview our changes. And here's our product, and there's our little gallery images underneath. You can select those and they'll just pop up to the main image right there. Now you're going to notice with the pricing right here, it says from $7.99 to $1,299, which is great because of all our variations. So let's flip through a couple and make sure they're going to update our price, which is right there. Let's say 750 gig. You see it increments up there. Let's add a bit more RAM, 32 gig. As you can see, it jumps up the price there. Terabyte drive, bangs it all the way up. Simple as that. And you can add it to your cart, and there you have it. Like I say, we'll be using the Divi theme later on to customize our product page here and make it more in line with our shop. This is fine. It's the generic version that comes with WooCommerce. Works absolutely perfectly. So there you have it. That is how to create a variable product with WooCommerce. Well, in our last couple of videos, we showed you how to add a simple product and a variable product. A variable product is a product with different specifications and different prices. Today, we're going to look at ways to edit these things. Now, you can go into any product and you can hit the edit button. And it'll take you to that product, and you can edit everything right here as usual, your categories, your description, your images, etc. and your price, obviously. But that can be very time consuming. So let's take a look at the quick edit feature. This is the full edit. If we go back to our products, let's get a little laptop here and let's go into quick edit. Now here it will still let you edit the name, the date that it's published. You can put in keywords. Now keywords, I've not really talked much about that. Each word you put in here has to be separated by a comma. And what are they for? They're for SEO, or search engine optimization. And what that means is it helps your site to come up in search engines such as Google and Bing, etc. Now you can put quite a lot of keywords in here. You want them to be pertaining to whatever the product is, or whatever questions people might ask to find products like yours. So I'm just going to select a few. And this is not an SEO course, so this is really just a quick overview. And I've just banged a couple in there. computers best price, computer desktop, da 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 da. And this will actually help a little bit search engines to find your product, or certainly your site, a little bit easier. That's what your keywords are for. And you can enter these quite easily in the quick edit screen. The benefit of the quick edit screen, as I'm sure you've realized already, is you don't actually have to leave the product page at all. It's not going to open another page. And you can put in an SKU price. You can set a sale price from here, change the taxable rate, weight, etc., etc. Stock quantity, that will increment automatically when you put it in there and people start buying stuff. You can change it from published to draft. You can actually password protect it or make it private if you want to. So that's one of the benefits of using the quick edit. Unfortunately, if we go back out here and we do the same thing with a Dell desktop, let's just save my changes here. Once you're done with your edits, just hit the update button. It's a lot quicker way than actually going into the full edit up there, obviously. Let's go into a desktop here. We'll do the same thing. And this will allow you again to pretty much do everything we said there. You know, you can put in your product tags, change the date it's published. You can change the categories that it's in if you need to. But you can't actually change the price here, unfortunately. So for variable products, you're going to have to go in and do it the old-fashioned way, which is to go in to the actual product itself, go down to the variations, expand each one, and then you can change the price and add a sale price or whatever you want to do there. But using the quick edit is a fantastic option for most features. So I thought I'd point that one out. It's a quick video here, guys. Just save my changes there. Now, as your store gets bigger, those ones that we put the keywords in, you can see it's put them there for us. As your store gets bigger and more complex, you might find it really tedious to have to update your prices and everything like that all the time. There are plugins you can get to do that. One that I can think of at the moment is called Bulk Edit, WooCommerce Bulk Edit, which sort of brings it up in a CSV, comma separated value form, and you can just go through and update your prices that way. I think I'll cover that perhaps in a video. It's nothing to do with Divi, it's a third-party plugin, but we'll do that. So there you have it, guys. That was short and sweet, just a little intro into how to edit using the quick edit versus the full edit. In the last video, we created some variable products. I've just gone ahead and added a bunch more products exactly the same way as we did simple ones and variable ones. Now that we've got products, we've installed WooCommerce and set it up. If we go and look at our pages, you're going to notice that there's been a bunch created automatically by WooCommerce. It's created a cart page, checkout page, a my account page, and a shop page. And if you look at its shop page, it should have all those products on it. And there we are. As we go through, it's showing 1 of 19. It's got pagination at the bottom for the rest of it. We're going to be customizing all these pages. This is the sort of default one that it builds. We're going to build our own. But before we do that, we need to go and make sure that our PayPal, which was the payment gateway that we set up, is going to actually work. So if we go back into WooCommerce, down to settings, go to payments. What this is going to do is allow us to do a transaction without actually any money moving from anywhere. As you see, we've got our PayPal activated. Let's hit the manage button. And if we scroll down, you've got a little thing that says PayPal Sandbox. Just put a little checkbox in there to enable PayPal Sandbox. And if we scroll down a little further, here's our API credentials for our sandbox. And what we're going to need for this is we're going to need a username for our actual store, for our for selling things. So what you need to do, and I'll put this URL below this video, is go to developer.paypal.com. Once you're there, you sign in with your PayPal account. And it'll bring you to the dashboard. I've already got some set up from other sites. And what you're going to need to do is create an account. So just click on the create account button. But you're going to need a personal account for buying products with and a business account for selling products with. So the business account is the one that we want to put into our dashboard where we were. And when we buy something in a minute, we're going to need a personal account. So just click on the create account. I'm not going to do it because I've already got them. Choose which type you will and just hit create. I'm going to get back out of there because I've already got one. So in our business account, I just need to check, once it's created, you need to check on the view edit account buttons to the right hand side here. Go over to API credentials, and it's going to give you a username, a password, and a signature. Now we're going to need all of these, so I'm going to copy the username, put it in here, password, put that in there, and the actual signature, copy that, and we'll put that in there too. That's actually optional, but I always find I put it in just for safety. So let's save our changes. Great. Now let's go to the sandbox. Let's go back and take one of these personal ones. Doesn't matter which one. View edit account. And it's going to give you a name, John Doe. It's going to give you an email ID, which is your sort of PayPal example ID. And it's going to give you a system generated password. You can change it if you want to. Now I'm going to copy these over into a little text pad, and I'm going to make a purchase from our site. So we'll go back to our site. We've got everything we need here. So I'm going to go ahead and go to that shop page that we saw just now. I'll have to go to pages to get to it. I'm going to go down to shop. I'm going to hit the view. Because we haven't set it up on the menu or anything, it's not actually there. Now I'm going to copy this into an incognito tab, because you can't purchase and sell from the same sort of browser tab. So I'm using Chrome, so it's Control-Shift-N for an incognito tab. I know Firefox has one. I don't know what the keys are. Just look at that. Put the shop page URL in there. Hit the enter key. Now see if we can't make a purchase. I'll just grab the first thing there. And I'll get the generic version. I'm going to add it to my cart. Like I said, we'll be customizing all these pages as we go along. View my cart. And let's proceed to checkout. And you need to fill out this form, and it was John Doe was the name that it gave us. I don't know if that'll actually make a difference or not. Company name option, United States, house number and street. Town, city, my town. state, I'll take the first one, zip. Phone number, you've got to put something in there. And email address, you've got to put something in there. Now it gave us an email address. I think you can put anything you want in there. Let's just go ahead and put me at my email. I think if I put this, it might flag it. So I'm actually going to copy the email address that the sandbox gave us. There's the order details. Proceed to PayPal. There, it's put that in there, so I had to put that in there. We could have just pasted it in here. Now I need to paste in the password that the sandbox gave us. And to double check that you're not actually on a real PayPal account, look up at the URL and it will say sandbox.paypal.com, not just paypal.com. So we know we're not going to, no money's going to actually change hands with this transaction. So I'm going to paste in that password and go ahead and log in. Okay, are we happy with everything there? Price and everything? Great. Let's play. You can pay with your PayPal balance, a credit union, which is a bank draft from whatever bank you've got registered with your PayPal account. I'm going to go ahead and pay with this Visa card that they've kindly given me. And I'm going to hit the pay now. And there we are. I paid $1,470. Return to merchant. So that seems to be absolutely working perfectly. Our PayPal's all set up. If we go back to our site now, let's go to the dashboard. And you'll see if we go to orders now, there should be an order in there. And there it is, John Doe. Pending payment, $1,470. And here's his actual order. All the details for you. That's what he's ordered. So there you have it. Now if we go down to customers, he should have created an account for him also. There we go, there's his account. So that's all working perfectly. Let's go back to our settings. And go back to our payments. Back to PayPal. Scroll on down. When you're happy that everything's working and you want to start selling products and you're all online, just uncheck that. I'm going to leave mine checked because this site's never going to be online. So there we have it. That is how to check that your PayPal's working with PayPal Sandbox. Well, we've been rolling along with our little e-commerce store here. We've set up products. We've tested out our PayPal with the Sandbox, making sure everything's going to work. Let's dive in and create a shop page. Now we're going to use a fantastic Divi builder for this. And we're going to use the shop module. So let's go ahead and create a new page. I'm going to go up to the top, the plus icon, hit new page. And I'm going to give it a title. And I'm going to use the Divi builder. I'm going to build from scratch. And I'm going to have one row with one column, inside which I'm going to put the shop module. Now Divi comes as standard with all these modules, and as you can see there's a whole bunch for WooCommerce once you've got WooCommerce installed also. So let's add the shop module, and shop module's fantastic. Okay, we can decide what we want to view: recent products, featured, sale products, top rated, product category. Well, I'm going to put product category. I'm going to say all categories. Now, I don't have that many, but let's select, say, 20. I don't think I've got more than that. And as you can see, it's just filled it with my products here. And we can go through and customize. This is for the shop page itself, so we want all of our products on here really. And you can display a few and then have pagination at the bottom so they go to a different page, but we haven't got enough to do that. We'll just leave it as it is. Now you can choose a column layout, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. I'm going to leave mine just as it is. I like that with 4, it works for me. You can choose to have it default sorting, popularity, rating, oldest to newest, price low to high, etc. Or if you turn pagination on, let's have a look where pagination is, you can let your customers choose for themselves. Because you get the default sorting box at the top here, they can choose for themselves. I think I'm going to just put it as it is and leave mine like that, but that's an option that you can use if you want to. Now we don't have to have a link to anywhere because these are all going to link to their individual product pages. If you want to put a background in, that's fine. I'm going to use some dividers in a minute just to give our page a little bit of style here. Let's go over to our design. An overlay. Now the overlay is what you see when I'm hovering over it, it sort of goes that sort of white color there. So let's go in there and I'm going to change the background color to blue, but you want to be able to see the product because if I hover over it now you can't see the product. So let's just left click on here, pull the opacity down so we can see the product, but we still got that sort of blue overlay, transparent, semi-transparent overlay over there. Now it's got an icon in the middle of it. You can choose whatever icon you want, and you can also, if you want to, change the color. Let's give ours this kind of purpley color we've got for our little logo up there. There we go, you got that sort of little purpley icon there. That's fine. Let's move on down. The image, you can give it rounded corners if you want to. I'm going to leave mine square, but if you've got the chain highlighted like it is at the moment, it'll do all 4 at once for you. And you're not going to see much because, well, you can see it on that one because most of them have got light backgrounds. See, it's now got rounded corners at the edge. That's an option, but I'm going to leave mine as is. Image border, I might give it a little border just to make it stand out a bit. Let's say give it 2 pixels dark border. Just highlights them a little bit. Again, of course, this is entirely up to you how you like to style your store. Now, image border color you can change there. Could make it blue. I think I prefer the black actually. You can have solid, dotted, dashed, etc. For me, solid always works better. Box shadow. Let's give it a little bit of box shadow, make it stand out even just a little bit more. You can change your box shadow horizontal and vertical position, the blur strength and the spread strength. But for me, the default one like there works absolutely fine. Now if you wanted to, you could have this as an interior shadow rather than an exterior, but I prefer the exterior. Really, the interior works best on sections and things like that. Now, I don't want to change the image hue, saturation, brightness, or any of those filters there, because the images that I got work fine for me. Okay, we don't have any star ratings, but if we did, you could change the color of them right here, set the size. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to save that. I'm going to go into our section. I'm going to add a divider in the background just to make this a little more interesting looking, and it's another great feature of Divi. So I'm going to hit the settings button on the section there. I'm going to go to design, I'm going to go to dividers, top one. I'm going to select, say that one there. I want to make it blue, and I want to take the opacity down a little bit. Something like that. I want to make it a lot bigger, and I think I want to flip it the other way around. So at the moment it's 100 pixels what if I say 40%? Let's try 40%. Yeah, something like that. That works fine. And I want to flip it the other way. So divider flip, so it's going the other way. That's great. And you can put it on top of your section content if you want to. That's not going to work in this case because it'll hide your products if you put it on top right there. And I really don't want that. So we want it underneath. Now let's slide back up and do the bottom one. And I'll do a similar one, but I want it the other way around as well. You'll see if we go down to the bottom, it's right there. Again, I'll make it that blue. I'm going to pull the opacity down a little bit, so it's a little bit paler blue. Again, I'm going to say divider height, let's give it 40%. And I want to flip it the other way too. You can make it repeat if you want to, so it's sort of razor saws like that, but I really don't want to do that personally. So we'll keep it to 1. Divider flip, yeah, we want to flip it the other way around. And that's probably all I need to do right there. So now if we roll up, we've got a little bit of color to our page, and it's sort of offsetting it a bit against the background there, our little computers. Alright, so let's go back into our shop mode and just edit our text and price and get them the way we want to. And also we'll change our sale tag here. So we're going to go section's the blue one, row is the green one, module is the dark one. Back into our shop module. Let's go down to design and customize the text. Well, at the moment that's not too bad. So we've only got a title text and a price text. So we'll customize the title text. I think I want it central. And let's make it black, because that should stand out over everything there. That's fine, and might bring it up a little bit. And let's make it semi-bold. There we go, that's fine. And let's move on down a little bit and go to price. Don't want any text shadow. To me, that kind of makes things look a little blurry when it's small text like that. But of course, that's entirely up to you. Okay, price text. Let's have that sort of purpley color we used before. And again, we'll make it semi-bold. We'll make it a central. Color-wise, let's put that color in. Okay, that's readable. I just want to make it a little bit bigger. There we go, that works for me. You can add a bit of text shadow if you want to. But again, for me, I really don't think I'll have that on there. Okay, well, let's change our little sale badge thing there. And again, I'll use exactly the same color. As you can see, it's changed it to that now. So we're customizing this, and this is looking more like a real shop here. Now, I'm not seeing, I'm sure I've got some sale items here somewhere. There's one, the price is sort of muted out there. I think I'm going to leave that there. Now remember, this is just for this shop module. You can have different colors and different sizes for any other shop module you happen to add to your site here. So I think we're in pretty good shape there. So let's save this. Save our page changes. While we're here, let's look what it's going to look like on a tablet. Yeah, that's fine. You've got that little background in there. And let's have a look on a cell phone. Yeah, I think that'll work fine too. Great, so we're happy with that. Let's go ahead and publish this page. Once saved, let's exit the Visual Builder. And that is a quick and easy way to make a shop page, no time at all. Now, the only other thing I'd like to do with this, if we go back to our dashboard, we'll make it the front page for the time being. We will be customizing the front page a lot more than this, but seeing as it's the only one we've got, we'll make it the front page, and we'll get rid of this crazy template that we put in here for an example earlier. So let's go to the dashboard. And we want to go down to WooCommerce to the settings and set this as our shop page. Set our new page as our shop page, so it doesn't default to the generic WooCommerce shop page. So let's go to products. And here's the shop page. A little drop down on the right hand side. We should see our new page in here. It was called Text Shop. There it is right there. There we go. Scroll down a little bit, save the changes. Now let's go to our Divi theme customizer, and we'll set that as our front page. Home page settings, static page. All we need to do is choose the page that we want, and again just left click, it'll show you all the pages that you've got. Text Shop. So there we have it. We have built our first page for our shop really quickly. Like I say, we're going to build a lot more complex home page for this, but I just wanted to demonstrate the shop module to you and the features that it has. It's really useful. So let's go ahead and publish these changes, and we are good to go. Well, in our last video we quickly put together this sort of shop page right here, really easy to do with the Divi shop module. Today I'm going to start a new page that will eventually be our real home page, and I'm going to create a hero slider for the top part of it. So let's get started. First thing I want to do is create a new page, and I'm going to call it Tech Home, and I'm going to use the Divi Builder. And I'm going to build from scratch. I'm going to put in a single row, single column. And as usual, by default, Divi comes with all of these modules as standard. If you want to try out the Divi theme, it's absolutely awesome. You can do so from my affiliate link below this video. And I'm going to go down, I'm going to add a slider. Here we are, slider. And as you can see, it throws something in there. But I want mine to be full width. I want it to be about the height it is. If I make it full width, it's probably going to go deeper than I want, but we're going to change that. So let's get started by making it full width. So let's just save that for a moment. We'll go to our section. Blue is for a section, green is for the row, and the dark tab is for a module. I want to make sure there's no padding at the top there. Now you can either just click and drag it up like that when it appears, and same for the bottom, or you can actually go into the module and set it. We'll do that with the row. We'll go into the module, we'll go to design, spacing, and it's padding, and I want it to make sure that it's 0 because I want our slider to fit to the top and the bottom of our screen here. Let's make that 0 and just hit the chain, and we've got none on the bottom too. It looks like there's a little bit of padding left on the section. Save our section, and let's go in here and just go into the design and make sure by putting 0. So we still got 5 pixels and 2 pixels, it looks like, left over. There we go. That's better. What I'm going to do is I'll add a little section just below this also and give it a bit of padding so it's got a bit of height, or I can give it a bit of minimum height. I'm not going to put anything in it because just so we can see what's going on below the slider itself. So let's go into the settings, and I'll go into spacing. I'll just give it some padding. 200 top and bottom, that make it 400 pixels tall. Great. So what we need to do now is make our row, the green one here, full width, so that our slider is going to be full width. So let's go to the little cog, left click, go to design, sizing. We want to go to width, slide that all the way up to 100%, copy that 100%, Control C, or you can just type it in if you prefer, and in max width we want to paste it in there as well. Now as you can see, our slider is full width. Great. So let's just save that. Now then, I do not want my slider quite as big as that. You may, if you do, that's great, just leave it as it is. I want mine just a little bit shorter. So I'm going to go into the slider itself, which is the dark module right here. And I'm going to go to design. I'm going to go down to sizing. And I'm looking for height. Let's scroll down, get to here's height. I'm going to say 60 VH, which is viewable height. So that'll be 60% of the viewable height there. If I put 50%, it'll be half the height there, but I want just over half. So I'm going to say 60 VH. There we go, perfect. That's exactly what I want. So let's now make this a little bit bigger so you can see a little bit better. Let's now go into our content and work on our first slide, which is this one right here, obviously. First thing I want to do is, well, I guess we'll say gamers. And I'll leave the text and everything just like it is. I guess I'll put an exclamation perhaps by that. Okay, and let's go down. Let's put a background image in. Now I've gone to pexels.com. There's a bunch of free stock photo sites. Pexels is a very good one, pexels.com. And I've just downloaded a couple of computer images. I've made mine about 1920 by about 700. You want to make them as small as you can. It doesn't matter quite so much nowadays because of the fast internet speed, but you want them minimum of 1920, so they're going to reach full width without degrading too much. If people have got these huge iMac monitors, well, it may look a bit fuzzy on those, but good luck to them. But that's fine. So I'm going to add an image here. At the moment we've got a color in the background. Let's change that color to blue. Let's add an image. And let me just grab one of my images here. Just hit the add background image. And I'll upload all three that I've got here. And we'll start off with that one. And there it is. It's a sort of very politically correct stock photo, quite often the type you see on a lot of websites. We're going to jazz it up just a little bit. That lady's head's cut off, so I want to align it to the top. So let's go down a little bit. Cover is fine because it's covering the background. Don't want it to repeat. But instead of center, I'm going to say top left. There we go. That's a little bit better. And I don't know if you remember, but I had a color in the background. You may be thinking, what's the point? You can't see it. Well, if we go down a little bit more to background image blend, you can get some amazing effects by putting a background color in and blending it with the image. One I'm going to use today is just multiply. That really works well for me. But you can get some amazing effects with things like exclusion and difference, all kind of psychedelic things going on there. But like I say, I'm going to use multiply today for this, well, for this particular slide anyway. Great. So the next thing I want to do is my text is a little too far down. So let's go in and look at the text. I think I might want to left align it too. So you can left, middle, right, or justify it. Is fine. I'm going to just keep mine left aligned right there. Light color is fine. I might change the title color in a minute. So let's go in, change my title text, and I'll use the sort of purpley color that I've been using. So let's go down to the text color, roll it up a bit so you can see, paste that little purple color in. That's great. Might want to make it a little more bold. So we'll say semi-bold. That'll do fine. And also with the button, let's make the button the same color as well. Body text I'm going to leave just exactly like it is. You can change anything you want in here too also. But I'm going to go down to the button and I'm going to say use custom styles for the button. Text color is fine, but I want to change the background and the border. So here's the background color. I'm going to put that purple in there. And I'm also going to put the purple in for the border color as well. Fantastic. Now you can, if you hover over the little arrow here, you can change colors for the hover state. You've got a desktop state, which is a non-hover state, then a hover state when somebody's mouse is over it. You can change the color completely. So you can put in red or blue or purple. What does the purple look like? Oh, we're on the border, so you won't see it. We'll try that. I think that'll work fine. And we'll do the same for the background. Hit the little arrow, go to the hover state, and we'll put the purple in. Yeah, that's going to work fine. That's only going to appear when they hover their mouse over it, just to show that it's an active button. Okay, let's go back to desktop mode. What else do we want to do? Let's go down and just put a little bit of box shadow on that button. That's the only other thing I want to do. At the moment, when you hover over it, there's a little icon that appears there. If you don't want that, you can flip this to off. I'm going to leave it just as it is. And of course, you've got all the Elegant Themes icons to choose from here. Button alignment, at the moment it's left, which is going to work for me. Put it in the middle if you want, and put it on the right hand side if you want, which will be behind here. But left is going to work fine for me at the moment. Button margin, if you want more space between it and the top of the text there, just put some padding or margin in and that'll take care of that for you. Just going to throw a little bit of box shadow on that. There we go. Okay. Now, what else do we want to do? Well, there's too much padding. It's not really central. I want it up to be up a bit. So let's go to our spacing. We get out of the button here. Let's go back to our content and let's add an image. So image and video. I'm going to add an image. I can use one that I've got here. I want a transparent one, ping, so let's use this one right there. I know that that's a transparent PNG file, so it's got no background on it. And there we go, it's plumped it in right there, smashing. Now our text, for me, sort of takes up too much room here, so we want to adjust the padding on this in a moment. Let's go back to content rather, and let's go to text. And let's break this, say after text. Now don't just hit enter, hit shift and enter. If you hit enter, it'll drop down 2 lines. So I'll demonstrate with can is the next one we want, can. If I just hit enter, it's going to drop down 2 lines. Shift and enter will just make it drop down 1 line, which is great. And we got too much text in there. Obviously I haven't got any text because this isn't a real site, so let's there we go. Okay. Now what we want to do, everything's kind of where we want it. Let's go back to that image. Design an image. And we actually position it. At the moment it's on the center. But let's hit it on the bottom and it'll drop down just below our slider. I think that's quite a nice effect. And it's only doing that because we've shortened the default size of the slider there. Now I need to save this. Go back into the main slider module and change the padding on the top here to just bring everything up a little bit. I don't want this poking down quite as much as that. So we're in the main slider settings now. Let's go down to spacing. And let's say padding top 100. That's okay, it's too far up now. So let's make it say 150, 160, sorry, 160. Not 1600, 160. Yeah, that's just about right. That's just exactly where I want it. Okay, just make sure that's going to work on all devices. Let's hit the little mobile phone icon here. Now, if it's not there, just put your mouse over where it says padding right there and it'll appear. Let's hit the tablet. Okay, going to need to adjust that. And I think you'll find when we go on the phone, it's going to disappear altogether. Yeah, that image disappears, which is fine because there's too much going on if you're looking at that on the phone. So what I want to do is go back to my sizing and just adjust those in the sizing, because we've got 60 VH. So let's hit the little mobile phone on there. Let's have a look at the desktop, tablet. Okay, let's take that down to say 40 VH. It's not too bad. Still want to bring that padding up a little bit. And on the mobile, let's bring that down again to about 40 VH as well. Because remember, the viewable height is the viewable height of their actual screen, which will only be about this big. That's fine. Now we just need to go back and adjust the padding. Back to spacing. Just below it. And on the phone, let's say padding top. It's getting there. We can also make our text bigger on mobile. I won't do that right now, but if you wanted to do that. Actually, that's fine. That's going to work fine. Let's have a look at tablet. Now we've got it dropping off the bottom again there. Do we want it doing that on a tablet? If you do, great. If you don't, let's take it up to, say, let's try 60 pixels on the tablet. Yeah, that's pretty much bang on. I like that. And again, we can take that text size up on the tablet. So we're already in the design tab. So let's go to title text. Title text size. And again, click on the little mobile icon there. And at the moment it's 46. You can slide it up or type in an amount. That's going to get their attention. Let's try, say, 52 pics. Yeah, that's fine. And we'll do the same thing for the phone. And it's automatically taking it from the tablet. So to me, that's going to be fine. You can see that absolutely perfectly. So good, I'm happy with that. So let's go back to desktop mode. Just save. There we go. And what I need to do is get rid of this second one. I'm just going to clone this one twice, and I'm quickly going to add 2 more slides just so you can see what's going on. Okay, I've just added 2 more slides. Here's one of them. That was the one we had. Here's another one, exactly the same way. I used a few different blends going on there. Let's go in and add a link to our actual button. Perhaps we want to take this button wants to take folks to a computer. You can link the actual row or the module to something and have the button link somewhere else. I'm just going to have that click here link to a product. So let's go in there. Here's our first one. And let's go down and go to link. And where it says button link URL, if you roll over it, we can use Divi's dynamic content here to link to a product. If you just left click on that, you can link to a page, home page, post, page, product, project. We want product. So it'll show us all the products in a drop down here if we just click on it. We'll just say gaming desktop, that's fine. We want it to open in the same window, so we'll save that. And we're good to go. Do the same for all your other slides. Now if you want the module to link somewhere, or the whole slider, you can put a link in there. Do the same for the rest of the slides. The only other thing I want to do is go to our design tab and down to animation, and here we can set automatic animation, which means the slides roll automatically, which is what I want. And you can choose the timing. At the moment they're set to 7 seconds. For expediency I'll put that to 5 so you don't have to wait 7 seconds to see them roll. So that's 5,000 milliseconds, which would be 5 seconds. If you want it to continue sliding when people put their mouse over it, click that. I don't, because I think it's a good idea for them to stop and look when one of these slides comes along. So that's it. Let's save our changes. Save the draft of our page and exit the Visual Builder. Okay, one thing you might notice is rolling along, it's doing absolutely perfectly, but we're missing our content that should be just overflowing a little bit at the bottom here. So let's fix that quickly. Everything else seems to be working perfectly. Now I've got the Visual Builder enabled. I'm going to go back into my slider module. I'm going to write just a little bit of custom CSS, and I'll put this little bit of CSS below the video. You're welcome to use it if you want to. Custom CSS. We're on the Advanced tab, Custom CSS. In the main element, I'm going to say overflow, colon, visible, semicolon. Save that, save our changes, save the draft, exit the Visual Builder. Now you'll notice that our image is dropping down just below our slider there. I think that's quite a cute little effect. And when we roll over it should stop. You can go back and forth. Now we did link this to a product. Let's make sure that's going to work. Yeah, there it is. It's the wrong one, but it links to a product anyway. Okay, that's great. Let's go back to where we are. And we're all done. So this is going to end up being our home page, and we're going to start building and building and building till we're happy with it. Then we'll flip it over as the actual live home page. So, well, in our last video we created this sort of home page slider. We're building up the home page now with call to action buttons and images and things. What we're going to do in this one today is we're going to build this little sale banner here, huge sale banner. We'll have a bit of fun with that, and it's a great thing to catch people's eyes on your site. So let's get started. First thing I'm going to do is enable the Visual Builder. And let's go down and let's get rid of this section right here. Okay, so I'm going to create a new section, a little blue button right there. Going to make it a regular section. And I'm going to add a 2-column row. But I think I'll have one column slightly bigger than the other, because in the next video we'll probably do that countdown timer with a call to action button. So I'm going to grab that one. We can always change this at a later date. Inside here I'm just going to use a simple text module. Divi comes as standard with all these modules, plenty enough to build just about any site. If you want to take it for a test drive, you can do so from my affiliate link below this video. So let's add a text module. And inside, I'm just going to say huge sale. And as we're going to add a countdown timer later on, I'll say 3 days only. There we go. If I move this out of the way, you should see that in there, and that's really unexciting. So let's go about styling it, shall we? Okay, the first thing I want to do is give us a nice colored background here. I'll use the purple color I've been using everywhere else. So I'm just in content, gone down to background, going to copy my purple hex code and put it in there. There we go. Okay, so we've got our little banner going on there. Next up, let's style our text a little bit. Well, the first thing I want to do is give it a bit of spacing all around. So I'm going to go down to spacing and let's say give it 50 pixels all around. Just put in the 50, it'll put in the pix, hit chain, it'll do the opposite side for you. Same over here. If you want to use percentages or M's, you just write that in there instead of the pix. Alright, now let's go to our text. Now for our huge sale there, if we go back to the content, I want huge on one line, then sale underneath it. So back to content and text. I'm going to get rid of that gap right there. But instead of just pushing the enter, if I push the enter, it'll drop down 2 spaces. I don't want that. I just want it 1. So just hit shift and enter. There we go. That's what I want. Back to our design tab, to our text. And I'm going to make it all white. I'm also going to capitalize it all. There we go. Now let's go on down to our heading text, which is going to be a huge sale. So if I remember to make it a heading, which I did not, to make it a heading, I just need to select it. And we'll make it a heading 1 or heading 2, whichever one you want. And as you can see, it's grown a little bit there. But I'm not really happy with that font. So let's go back to the design, down to heading text. And select a different font. By default, Divi comes with a huge amount of fonts. And if you roll over them, they'll show you what they look like. I'm just going to use one that I've used recently. Let's use that one. And as you can see, the heading text has changed there. Now, I want it a lot bigger. I think I want it white. And I certainly want it in the middle. Let's bring up the text size. Something like that. And we'll give it a bit of text shadow. On large font sizes like this, I think text shadow works quite well. So that's fine. Let's move on down to the actual text itself. Let's close this one up. And the text is just above here. And again, I want this in the middle. I've already capitalized it. I want it to be white also. Let's make it a bit bigger. Put it in the middle. And again, I'll use a bit of text shadow there. Fantastic. So that's shaping up now. Last thing I want to do to this is give it a little bit of box shadow on the bottom. There we go. Okay, well, I want it to link now to our sales pages. So to do that, let's go back to the content tab and we'll hit the link button. And again, we can use Divi's dynamic content feature, which will select anything from the database for us. If you hover over it, that little disk icon will appear. Just left click on it. Go down a page link or wherever you want to link to. It'll show you your pages. Just click on there, there's a list of the pages. And let's link it to shop test, which is the only shop page we've got at the moment. So that's good. Now let's say when people hover over it, let's change that background color. So let's go into background again. Where it says background up here, just click on the little arrow. If those icons aren't there, just roll off of it and roll onto it and they'll appear. We want to click the little arrow. It'll give us 2 states, a desktop and a hover. Desktop is when a mouse is not on it. Hover, funnily enough, is when a mouse is hovering over it. So let's change the color to blue on that one when they're hovering over it. And also, let's make it grow a little bit when they're hovering over it. So let's go over to design, down to transform, and there it is. But again, we only want it to transform on hover, so let's hover over, get the little arrow and hit the hover state. Now we've got that checked so it'll do both sides at once. How much do we want it to grow? Something like that. That's fine. Great. And the last thing I want to do is just go to our advanced tab, and I want to make a transformation or the transition time a little bit slower. 300 milliseconds is the default, which is really quick. I'm going to pull this up to maybe a second or so. You can type in a value in milliseconds or use the slider, fine tune it with the little arrows there. Let's save that and see what we've got. Save the draft or publish the page. Exit the visual builder. And there we have it. We've got our little sale banner. When you hover over it, it grows and expands like that. And when you click on it, it takes us to the sale page or wherever it is you want to take your visitors. So there you have it. There's how to create an animated sale button for your Divi e-commerce store. Well, in our last video, we created this banner here that sort of grows on hover. Let's add a little countdown timer here with a little call to action to make this a little bit more urgent. So let's enable the visual builder so we can build on the front end. Once the builder's enabled, let's go down. Actually, before we go down there, I'd just like to make a comment. We made this full width slider up here the other day, and a gentleman by the name of Tom commented on the video about that quite correctly, actually, that why didn't I just use the full width module? If I just create a new section here, you can create a full width section, and there's an option to have a full width slider in here as well. Full width slider right there at the bottom. Same exact process as we did with R1. Let's just get rid of that. And he's absolutely correct. The only reason I did this with my way, which was with a regular section then just expanded it, is purely out of habit. And it also does show you how you can actually expand a row to be full width. But he was absolutely correct when he said that, so I just thought I'd point it out, and thank you for that comment, Tom. Okay, so let's get back to what we were doing. Let's go in here, let's add a little module. And of course, by default, Divi comes with all these modules as standard. Enough to build any sort of site. If you want to take Divi for a test run, you can do so from my affiliate link below. Okay, so let's add a countdown timer. There we are. Great. There it is. We're done. No. Let's style it, making it our own as usual. When it pops up, it's going to come up with this content tab here. Put in whatever title you want. Say perhaps "Don't Miss Out." Or something like "The clock is ticking" or something. Here you can set when you want it to count down to. Now we are still in April. Last time I checked, we're the 6th today, so if it's on for 3 days, let's make it the 9th. And down here you can change the hour, so I'll make it 8 AM perhaps. And the minute right here, obviously top's going to be 59 and bottom's going to be 0, so 8 AM on the 9th is when it's going to count down to. If you want to link the whole module, you can. In fact, let's link this to our sales page, and we'll also do a call to action, so if they click anywhere on it, it'll take them to our sales page or wherever it is you particularly want to take them. And we're going to use the dynamic content for that as well, which is this. If you hover over the field, you'll see this little disk icon. Just left click on it. Choose wherever you want to link to. I want to link to a page. Left click on here and it will bring up the pages, or you can search one if you have a lot. And shop test, because that's the only page we have at this moment. When you're happy, just do that. Okay, well, let's go down to background. I'm going to take that background away and everything disappears because it's white legending at the moment. So let's go over to our design and let's make our title text the purple color that I've been using here, title text color. Just click on there and I'll put in that hex code. And we'll do the same for our numbers text. Just quickly get it so you can see it. And we'll do the same for the description text underneath. We'll separate the text to these little purple colon right there. Label text, let's make that the same color as well. There we go, fantastic. So that's way too small. I want it a lot more shocking and large than that. I may decide to make this full width, this row again, just so we can have a bigger countdown. Actually, it's probably going to be okay. Let's go back up and we'll start with our title text. I'm just going to slide the slider up. I think I'll leave it like that. I'll try it semi-bold. I don't want it too big. Yeah, that's okay. And I think, no, I'm not going to have a text shadow on there. Numbers text again. I think I'll make those semi-bold, and we'll see how far we can slide them up without them falling off the end. So let's take this. That's okay. You see the colons have got a bit mixed up with it there. We can go down to our separator text and increase. So I like the size of that, but like I say, these separators, it's not quite working out there. So let's increase, let's make our row full width. Just going to go into the row. Sizing. And we're going to make that full width. Copy that over to max width. There we go. Now, this now is too big, but our countdown timer, that's working out quite nicely there. So let's do this. Let's make this a little bit smaller. It's going to go back in there, going to go into the module itself, and let's give it a width in sizing of say 60–70%. Just take this down a little bit, something like that. Now we want it to be in the middle, so it's module alignment. That's fine. You could even put it over to the right if you wanted to, but we may want to change that on mobile devices and tablets. That's fine. Now this is looking better now. So let's pop him over to the left hand side a bit. I'll use a bit of negative margin to do that, and again we'll want to adjust that. We'll check it on responsive devices. So let's hit this. Let's go over to design. Let's go over to spacing, and we'll give it a negative left margin, which will pull it across. Well, let's try negative 200. That's okay. Probably even give it 300. Let's try that and see what it looks like. Yeah, that's fine. And of course we're going to add a call to action button underneath, so we'll need to put a negative margin on that to make it sit perfectly under this. And then we'll go through afterwards and make sure that it's all responsive. So that's nice. That's sort of working for me. Let's go back into here. And I might want to give that a bit of box shadow. Text shadow, I should say. Yeah, that's good. And I think I want to make our days, hours, minutes a little bit larger also. So let's go down to there, the label text. Make that a little bit larger. That's fine. And I want to drop it down a bit below those numbers right there. So we can do that with the line height. Just pop that up, and as you can see, it's getting a bit more space. So I want it somewhere where it's almost similar amount of space from the title to there, so perhaps a little bit less. Great, Well, that's going to work for me. So let's add a little call to action button. So we'll save that because that's working fine. We'll add a little call to action button. Just hit the little dark circle with a white X to add a new module, and we'll just hit a button. And let's say shop now. Or whatever you happen to want to say. And again, we'll link it to that same page, our sales page, test page that we made. Page link. Shop test, it was already in there actually. Shop test, fine. Save that. Great. So let's decorate our button. Alignment, we're going to want it in the middle, but remember we're probably going to have to adjust it as we adjusted the top, because that is actually in the middle of the full width row right there. Okay, that's fine. The button itself, let's make that blue and the purple color on hover, let's say. So use custom styles. Button text size at the moment, that's fine. Button background, let's make that button background the blue color. Make the text size white, or text color white I should say. Button border width, fine. Button border color blue. If you can take that off if you wish, if you don't want to have a border. It makes not a lot of difference really when it's all the same color. So again, I want it to be my purple color on hover. So I'm going to roll my mouse up over button background, hit the little arrow, hit the hover tab, and let's put in our little purple color. Let's trash the color that's there and add and paste in my hex code. There we go, fantastic. And we'll do the same for the border. And again, we want to go up to the little arrow up here, because we only want it on the hover state, we don't want it on the other state. Going to take away that color and put in my little purple color. There we go. Let's go back to regular and regular again. I'm going to roll down. I'm going to give it a little bit of box shadow. Icon, if you roll over it, it's got that little icon there. If you want that, fine. If you don't, just flip that to off. I think I'll leave mine as off for this. And text shadow, if you want it. On buttons, it usually works out quite well. It just gives it a little more definition there. And we'll give the whole button itself a little bit of box shadow. There we go. Now it's a little too far down. Let's make sure we've got no padding and spacing on there. So again, on the design tab, we want to be in spacing. Let's make sure there's no margin or padding top and bottom. Actually, for padding, you really don't want to adjust that, because it'll adjust what's around the actual text there. For instance, if I do the left and right and put, say, 100 pixels, you see it get a lot wider. You can make the button however, whatever width you want. That's actually fine. I'm going to leave it just like that. But I do want it a little bit higher up. And I do want it to be in the middle of this. And we gave this -300 on the left, didn't we? So let's do similar on this. Like I say, we'll have to adjust this on tablet and mobile. So that's working out there. And let's, on the top, give it a negative margin just to bring it up a little bit closer. I guess we could, before we do that, let's check there's not too much padding on the bottom of this. So I'm going back into the timer module, design, going down to spacing again. And I want to make sure there's no padding on the bottom. Let's brought it up a little bit. It's probably going to work out fine like that actually. So I'll just leave that just like it is. Now the whole thing, I believe I want to bring up so it's almost in line with this right here. So I'm going to give it, try -50 on the top. Here's the top. Great thing about margin, you can use it for positioning stuff. Yeah, I think that's going to work. So I'm quite happy with that. Now last thing I want to do, we've got this section now. Got a little bit too much padding on the bottom there. Oh, that's the other section that I demoed. That's fine. Let's just make the background of this a little more interesting. I want it white because that looks kind of clean, but I want a bit of an image in there. So I'm going to go into the section itself, the blue one. Background, I'm going to add a background image. Now, I showed you how to do blend modes in a previous one. We're actually going to use an overlay on the row on top of the section to work it today. Choose that image right there. As you can see, it's in the background there, but that's way too in your face for me. So instead of using blend mode or anything like we used with the slider, I'm going to go into the row itself now, which is the green tab. And we're going to want to make sure that the section's got no padding top and bottom because we want the whole thing covered. So let's go back in there. I can see there's padding on top and bottom. We're back into the section settings here. Let's go padding 0 top and 0 bottom. That's fine. And we'll just add a bit more to the row. Again, let's go back into the row. Something going on top there, I'm not sure. Okay, let's go into the row. Design. Content. And the background. Let's make it white. As you can see, it's white there. But I want a bit of that image to show through, so I'm going to click on the color itself and bring the opacity slider down until we can see a little bit of that image bleed through. Something like that. Just so there's a little bit coming through. Now, we're banged up too much at the top here, so I want to add padding to the row this time. So it's about the same, similar width as it was before we took the padding away from the section. So spacing, and let's say padding top, well, we'll try 100, that might be too much. I think that's going to work. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's save our changes. Now, let's make sure that this is going to work responsively on all devices. At the moment, it works fine on this desktop, but let's go little purple button down here. Let's see it on a tablet. Okay, that's not working at all on a tablet. And this is completely wrong on the tablet. So what we need to do, let's go into this module and design. I want to change that back to how it was perhaps. Okay, so let's adjust this on this tablet here. So if you hover your mouse over any of these, you're going to get a bunch of icons appear. Let's go over to the one that looks like a little mobile phone. We're on tablet now. And let's make the width 100%. Or if you prefer, you can put it in the middle and have it smaller. We want to keep it in the middle anyway, but we only want to keep it in the middle on the tablet. So again, module alignment, tablet, put it in the middle. And if you want to, you can shrink it down some, so there's a gap either side, however you like to do it. Okay, let's move on down to our timer. And we're probably going to have to make those numbers a bit smaller now we've got it on a tablet. So design, again, it's on the spacing. We've got that minus 300, and we want to make sure we're just doing this on the tablet. And I'm going to completely take that away, 0. That's actually okay. That's not bad at all. Could give it a little more padding on the top, so there's more space between the banner and the don't miss out. So let's do that. We've got minus 50 on the top. Let's make that 0 again. That's fine. Happy with that. Let's now go to our button. And again, I want that in the middle, and I want to take that negative margin away, which is spacing, but only on the tablet. So let's 0 that out. Yeah, that's going to work absolutely perfectly. Now let's make sure it's going to work on a phone too. So let's hit the little mobile phone. Okay, that's fine. In fact, I might want to make that 100% again on the phone. So we're on the phone, we're on the timer right now. Oh, actually we're on the button. Button's fine, so let's just save that. Start at the top again. Let's go back into our banner here. Let's go to sizing. And let's make that full width, just on the phone there. So we've got it full width on the phone, 80 on the tablet, and about 50 on the desktop. That's fine. Module alignment's fine. Again, it should still be in the middle on the phone. Great. So this, I think all I'll need to do for this is perhaps take the number size down on the counter there. So let's save this and go into our counter, go to design, down to our numbers text, and again we just want to do this on the phone because it's fine on the tablet and the desktop. Numbers text size, hit the little phone icon, we're on phone, take this down to where it's going to work, something like that. Now you can see the seconds, the S here is dropped down on our labels down there, so we want to take that down as well so it's not breaking. Scroll down a little bit, label text, and again text size, but we only want it this size on the phone. Let's take it down there. Perfect. So that should be good now on all devices. So that's on the phone. Let's have a look at it on the tablet again. It's fine. And let's have a look at it on the desktop. Fantastic. Okay, on the desktop we've obviously changed something there that's not worked out. Let's just check that. Desktop 3. There we go. Let's make it 59. That's better. Save, and we're good to go. Let's save our draft and exit the Visual Builder. Go down to where we were, and the button hover effect works fine, and it should take us to our new page, but the whole module should do as well. So if I click anywhere on this module, it should take us to our little shop page. There it is. Well, in our last video we built this little sort of sales panel section here, and we linked it to the only sort of sales page we have, which was the one we did when I was demonstrating the shop module here. So let's actually go and create a sales page for this to actually link to. And what we'll do is we'll create a new category, and we'll create a page for that category to be on. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to this page, and we can see the items that we've marked down. Now you know how to mark down your items. I showed you how to do that with simple and variable products when we set them up. If you're not sure, have a look at that video, and you can get it from my playlist below this video if you need to have a refresher. So I'm going to put all these sale items in one category called sale, funnily enough. To do that, let's go back to our dashboard. We'll go to our products, and just under products you'll see categories. Let's add a new category. Clicked on it. Category name sale. Slug sale. The slug that is the thing that will appear in the bar up there. No parent category. I don't really need to give it a description. It's pretty self-explanatory. So let's add that new category. There it is at the top of our page there. Okay, so we got that category now. Let's go back to all of our products. And I want to have a look on this page and see what our sale items are. So Dell Media laptop. Let's go back to our products. Go down to our Dell Media laptop. There it is. Quick edit. Now I'm going to add it to the sale products, which should be, there it is. There's our new category right there. Simply update and go through and do it for the next one and the next one. Now I'll pause this because there's no point you watching me do that over and over again, and when I'm done we'll come back. Okay, I've just done the last one there, and if I hit the quick edit again, you can see I've just added it to the new category. You can leave it in its original categories. It's fine for things to have multiple categories. The reason I'm doing this is because I'm going to use the shop module again with a sale category just to display our sale items. So before we actually create that page, let's go to our little countdown timer and sort of sale banner here. Let's enable the visual builder. I'm going to save this module and we're going to reuse it on our sale page also. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to save this. I'm going to save the whole section, the blue tab right there. Save section to library. And I'll call it sale. And I am going to make it global, and I'll show you why in just a little while. Now I'll save that to the library. Okay, let's save our changes here, not that we've made any. It'll still prompt us to because we went in that module. Exit the visual builder. And let's go to new and create a new page. And we'll call it sale. I want to use the Divi builder. I'm going to build it from scratch. Now I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to shut that down. I'm going to hit the little blue one to add a new section. I'm going to add it from our library. What do you think I'm going to do? I'm going to add that countdown timer that we saved, which was sale, the green one. You can see it's green because it's global, because it's green like that. Now we'll get rid of this section at the top because we don't need it. Now underneath here, I'm going to add another regular section. I'll put one column in there. I'm going to use our fantastic shop module. There it is right there. And I'm going to select product category. And this time I'm just going to select sale products, which is right there. Now I haven't got that many, so 12 should cover it at the top there. And there it is, it's plopped them in there. We've only actually got 1, 2, 3, 4, sort of 5. So we could column layout, perhaps make it into 2 columns. Yeah, I'm not sure if those images are quite big enough to. Let's make it 3 columns. There we go, that'll do. They work fine at that level. If they were bigger images, we could do the 2 quite easily. Now let's go over. I'll use my little purple color on the sale badge again. Overlay. Let's have a bit of fun. You don't have to do them all the same. You can do everything different. Each shop module can be completely different. So overlay icon color we'll leave as white. Background color I'll put in my little purple color here. There we go. And I want it to be a bit see-through. So we'll bring the opacity down. Okay, that's fine. Icons absolutely fine. Obviously you can change it if you want to. Image, I don't want to change anything about the image, I don't believe. Might put a little box shadow under it just to define it a little bit more. And before we gave it a little bit of a border, didn't we? It's just above here. 2 pixels. That's fine. And again, we just got to go down and decorate our text however you want to decorate it. Title text. I'll make it a little bit bigger. Have it semi-bold. I'll do this quite quickly because you know how to do this already if you've seen the other videos. And we'll make it a little bit bigger. Price text, again, we'll do the same thing. Make it a little bit bigger. And the only other thing, sales badge text, sales badge color, same thing. There we go. So we've got our proper sales page now. Let's just add some dividers just to offset it even a little bit more. Going to go into this section. I'm going to hit the dividers. top one and select something. Perhaps use a curvy one this time. And color wise, guess what? We use that purple again, and of course we can drag it so it goes down behind our images like that, make it a little bit more interesting. And might decide to take the opacity down a bit in case it's covering up any of the text on smaller devices. You'll still be able to see them through it like that, but that's entirely up to you. And let's put one on the bottom as well. We'll use the same sort of thing. And again, pull the opacity down. Let's go down so we can actually see what we're putting in there. And that's what I was saying about these, that writing might disappear when we do that. No, I think that's alright. Might take the opacity down just a little bit more. That's fine. So we've got a quick and easy simple sale page, and we've reused this, which was our little countdown timer there. Now, why did I make it global? Why has it got a green tab? Well, it's easy really, because if we look, I think we've got it over here, have we? No, we don't. But look at the date. Now we might want to change the date or change something on it. Now let's go in there and just give it an extra couple of days. Bring it back up to 3 or 4, whatever it was. Okay, we'll save our changes there. Now, because it's global, if we go back to where we were, to the other page that we were on, which is, if I go to pages, it was the draft of the tech, wasn't it? So we'll go to pages, and it was tech store or tech home, and let's preview it. You should see that that countdown timer has changed. It's gone to 3 as well. And that's a great thing about using global items. If you've got it in several places on the site, you just need to update one. So there's an easy way to make a nice, appealing looking little sales page. I know we haven't got a lot of products. Let's exit our visual builder here. I'm not going to publish it just yet. Exit the visual builder. And there it is. There's our little sale page with the global countdown timer. We've been putting together this little shop page here. What we're going to do today is go in and do some categories. So if we go back to our pages here, go down to our products and our categories. When we put all our products in, we gave them various different categories. And if you look at a category page, it's kind of generic looking. I mean, it works absolutely fine, but I kind of wanted to make it a little bit more interesting than the sort of generic thing that we've got going on here. So we can do that with a fantastic Divi theme customizer. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go back to our dashboard. Let's go down to Divi and go down to Theme Builder. I quite often say theme customizer when I mean theme builder. We're definitely talking about the theme builder today. And let's go ahead and add a new template. Right away, it's going to prompt us to where we want this template to affect. Pages, home pages, specific pages, posts. We want specific product category pages. There we go, right there. And I don't want my uncategorized, that's why I'm doing specifics. And I'm just going to check all of those, create the template. Now here's the template. I want to add a custom body, so let's do that. Build a custom body. I want to build it from scratch. First thing I want to do, up the top, I want to put a sort of intro section with the page title. So let's go ahead and do that. One row. I'm going to use a text module. I'm going to use Divi's fantastic dynamic content, so I'm going to get rid of everything in there. I'm going to delete that. And you'll see a little sort of disk, multi-disk type icon there. Just click on it. and I want the post archive tag, which is basically the name of the page. There it is right there. We'll style that in a moment. Let's just save that a moment, and let's go into our section right here. We'll give it a background just to make this stand out a bit. I guess I'll use the little purple color I've been using before, and we'll bang an image in there just to make it a little more interesting. So I'm going to put the hex code of that purple color in there. There we go. And let's put an image in there as well. That'll do. Okay, but you can't see the color, so let's go down. We're still on the image. Let's go down to blend mode, and I'm going to say luminosity at the bottom there. There we go, that'll work for me. It's got a bit of both there. Fantastic. A huge amount to choose from there. Do play with them, you can get some great effects. Okay, actually, before we close out there, it's a little too wide for me. Let's go into design and take a bit of the padding away. So we'll go to spacing. We're on design tab, spacing. Let's say 20 pixels top and bottom. I think that'll work fine. Great. Now let's just edit our little bit of text in here. Green for the row, the dark ones for the module. Click on the little cog icon there to edit. And what do I want to do? I want to go into the text. I want to make it white so we can see it. I want to make it a little bit bigger. As it says, the page title will actually appear there. I want it to be in the middle, so let's scroll down a little bit more. And against a background like this, you can put a bit of box shadow in, or text shadow I should say. It might make it stand out just a little bit more. Great. So we've got that bit sorted out. Great, so I'm going to add a new section, make it a regular section. I'm going to add a single column row, and let's use our fantastic shop module again. There we go. And I'm just going to, instead of selecting a particular product, I'm going to just say use current page. So if we're on laptops, it'll display laptops. If we're on desktops, it'll display desktops, etc. Product count, that's fine. We're not going to have more than 12 because I really don't have many products here. Column layout, I'm going to leave it at 4 there. That's absolutely fine for me. We'll just quickly do a little bit of design on there. Overlay. Choose our little purple color again. Overlay background color. Let's paste that in there. And we'll take the opacity down. That's going to work fine. Fantastic. Icon, leave it just as it is for me. You can choose whatever you wish. Image, I'll just give it a little bit of drop shadow, or box shadow I should say. Getting my Photoshop and my web terms mixed up. That's fine. And I'll just make the actual writing itself a little bit bigger. Scroll on down. And the title text, I think I'll make it black. And let's make it semi-bold. And that'll probably all I need to do. And I'll do exactly the same with the price. Semi-bold and black. Fantastic. And the only other thing I think that I may want to do here is change our sale badge to that purple color as well. Sale badge, badge color, there we go, that's what I want. Paste in my little hex code. Fantastic. Let's save that. Fantastic. And down underneath I'm going to put another little shop module in as well. Now you can do another section, you can put a title in if you want, and I'm just going to have the 4 sale items in there. So again, I'm going to hit the shop module. And recent products, say sale products. There we are, and it's put in all the sale products. Now rather than go through and style that again like we did with the above one, I can simply save this. Let's go back into our original one that we've styled, right click on it, and you've got a nice little feature called extend, where you can extend the styles of this module to everything else on the page. Let's hit the extend. Now if we roll down, all my sale buttons are the same color, the shadow, and everything has been inherited from the one above, so that's great. Only other thing that I'm going to do here is we'll add a couple of dividers just to make it a little more interesting. So I've gone into the section, which was the blue tab up there, dividers. Let's choose a divider for the top, keep it fairly simple. I'll use that one right there. It's inherited the color from the module above in this particular case, which is great, but I want the opacity down a bit, or the see-throughness if you will, to about 50%. I'm going to make it about, instead of using pixels, I'm going to use a percentage here, because you may have more products on some pages than you do on others. So if you use a percentage, it'll cover the same amount each time. So let's say 50%. As you can see, that's dropped down 50%. Okay, let's do the one on the bottom as well. Let's roll down so we can see the bottom of the page here. And I'll use a similar one, that one. This time I'll use a blue color. Again, I'm going to bring the opacity down a bit so that just makes sure we can read everything legibly. And let's make that about 50% as well. Divider height, 50%. There we go, let's have a look. Yeah, I think that's going to work. So that's it. We've now created the template. Of course, you can put in anything you want there, any module you want. You can just keep building, but I'm going to keep this fairly simple. So we're good. Let's save our changes and exit. Little X up the top here for the theme builder. Make sure we've got all of our changes saved on this page. All right. There was our original. Let's refresh. And now we've got a page that's a lot more interesting. And as you can see, it's taken on the name of the page up there. Let's go back to our categories and take a look at another one. Let's just take this one for instance. There we are. You've got your Alienware. That's a brand page. And again, it's put in the products and the sale items below, and it's going to be the same for all of them. So there you go. That is how to use your Divi theme builder to customize and create a template and a custom body for all your category pages. In the next video, let's add some categories to our menu. Well, in our last video, we created some category pages, and if I view one of these, we used our theme builder to customize them so they look a little more interesting like that. Now what we're going to do today, now we've got these category pages sorted out, let's add them to our menu up here. What we're looking at the moment is the default WordPress sort of menu where it just throws everything you have in there. So let's get that done. First thing we need to do is go back to the desktop. There's the custom body that we built yesterday. And let's go down to appearance, to menus. And we've got no menus created as yet. So let's give our first menu a name. If you've got a menu, it'll prompt you to create a new one there. But we haven't, so we can just put in a name. I'm going to call it cat for categories. I'm going to hit the create menu button. Okay. Now I want to start adding the categories. Now there's categories right there, but that is not the categories we want. That is actually for the posts categories. We want the WooCommerce categories. Now there is a WooCommerce endpoints down here where you can put one account details, log out, etc., lost password. We're looking actually for the categories that we created. Now if you don't see it in this list, go up to the top of your page here, hit the screen options, drop down, this will drop down, look along here, you've got project categories, and you've got product categories. Product categories is the one we want. Simply check the box or any other boxes you might want to appear down here. And we can close that up again. And now you can see that we've got product categories down here. So let's go ahead and drop that down. What do we want to add? Well, laptops. I think I want to change that actual name to plural. We'll do that in a minute. I'm not going to do Dell or HP, they're the actual brands. We'll perhaps have another link with brands. So let's say laptop, desktop, all in one. And we'll have our sale up there as well. So we can go ahead and add those to the menu. Now you can drag and drop these by simply left clicking and putting them where you want. For me, that's fine at the moment. And we can add more categories and pages to this menu as we go along. I'm now going to add, because I do actually want to add these, but I want to put them underneath. I want to have a brand category parent with a drop down that says the different brands. So I'm going to use a custom link for this. Here's a custom links. Simply hit the little arrow. Now for the URL, you have to put something in there initially. So I'm just going to put a hashtag in there. And what I want it to say is brands. I'm going to add that to the menu. Now, if I go back to my product categories, what I want to do is add the actual brands, Dell, HP, Alienware, Mac. I'm going to add those to the menu. Now, I don't want all of these in one line. I want the brand, the actual Dell, HP, Alienware, and Mac to be a sub item of the brand, so a drop down. So let's just move this across here. I'm just left clicking and moving it slightly to the right until it becomes indented like that, and there will now be sub menu items. And as you can see, it says in there sub item, sub item, sub item. Okay, well, let's save our menu. Now we've created it, we actually have to assign it to our primary menu bar. This is our primary menu bar that we set up in one of the first videos. So let's go ahead and do that. And to do that, we want to go down to our Divi, to our theme customizer. Once it's open, we want to go down to menus, funnily enough. There's the menu cats we just created. View all locations. Well, at the moment it's not assigned to anything. So here's our primary menu. Let's assign it to our primary menu, cats. And as you can see, it's assigned it up here. Laptops, desktop, all-in-one, sale, and brands has got a drop down featuring Dell, HP, Alienware, and Mac. Fantastic, just exactly what I wanted. Now, I want to change laptop to laptops. So we can get out of this. I want to make sure we publish it before we do. And if you want to change settings or your drop down settings or anything like that, go to header and navigation. And remember, this is our primary menu bar. And you can set up your colors, background colors, drop downs, drop down menu, link colors, text colors, etc. right here. I'm happy with the way mine's looking at the moment, but if you want to do yours, that's where you can do it. Okay, like I said, I want to just change the laptop to laptops plural. So let's go back into my product categories. And there's the laptop. I'm going to just hit the quick edit and just put an S on the end. And I'm going to do the same for the slug underneath. Update the category. Very easy to do. Now let's go over here and let's actually refresh this page. We should have our new menu up there. There we go. And now it says laptops. Great. Now let's make sure these are going to work. At the moment I'm on the default shop page we created just to have something for the front page. We'll be continuing with our main front page build in future videos. There we go, and there's the theme builder template that we created for our pages there. Fantastic. Make sure these drop downs all work. There we go. So we've instantly got 4, 6, 7, 8 pages already in our menu. So it's shaping up here nicely. The only other thing, the brands, when I hover over it, it's actually got a link, but that link's not going to go anywhere because it's a hashtag, it's top of the page. Let's go back to our menu and just remove that link. Now we've actually added it. Right here. And now we've actually added it in here, we can remove the hashtag I put in. Like I said, when you put it out initially, you have to put something in the URL. So let's just delete that, and it'll be just a regular dead link. Save the menu. Go back to our page, let's refresh the page. And now let's go to a sale page. And when we hover over the brands, there's no little hand icon telling you that you can click on it. When we hover over a live link, you've got your little hand icon like that. So there we have it. We've set up our first menu there using our categories. We'll be adding more like contact us and privacy policy and what have you as we go along. Today we're going to go down and create a custom footer. This is not it. This is the generic footer that comes with it. It's a WordPress generic footer. I'll show you how to do this if you want to do this. But we're actually going to do a custom global one that we can add to all pages. It looks a bit more like this. This is a custom one that we created so we can show it throughout the site. And you can make it how you want it. Whereas the other one, it's going to keep adding sort of stuff as you grow your site, and it kind of can get a bit out of hand, but again, that's entirely up to you. If you want to do it that way, that's fine. So I'll quickly show you how this was built. If we go back to my dashboard, that menu is actually done with the widgets. So if we go down to appearance and then widgets, you've got a footer area, and I just added top text deals and an image. That's where I had the little bit of text right there, and you simply drag your little widgets over any ones that you want to use. For the next one, I put in pages, and the third one was product categories, and the fourth one I think I just was a WooCommerce cart. Yeah, and all you do is simply find the widget that you want and drag it over. There's the cart. Just simply drag it to where you want to put it, drop it in there. I've already got that in there, so I don't want two of them. And simple as that. You don't have to save anything. Once they're in that widget area, they will appear at the bottom in this area right here. For the logo there, that was just an image. It's right here, and again I just drag it over, put it in there, and add your image. Really easy. But like I say, those to me, they can kind of get out of hand as people start adding stuff to their cart and stuff. This can get sort of 3 foot deep, and as you add more categories and things, it's going to add them here. So it's kind of got a bit of a mind of its own, but I mean, it works. If you want to do that way, that's fine. But I don't. I'm going to have a custom footer, so let's do that. Let's go back to our dashboard, get out of the widget area. Let's go down to Divi, to our theme builder. And I'm going to add a global footer. I'm going to build a global footer. I'm going to build it from scratch. And I'm going to use a 4-column row. Obviously you use exactly what you need to use for your site. For the first one, I'm going to put a simple image in, my little logo there. There's my little site image. And underneath that, I'm going to have some social media icons. Before I do that though, let's just save this. I'm going to put a background color in for the section itself. So I'm going to go into the section cog. I'm going to hit the background. I kind of want a black, but I'm not sure that I want a full black. So I'm going to put the black in there and hit the 3 little dots, and it'll give us shades of black. So let's maybe take the second one there. It's pretty close to being black, isn't it? Maybe the third one. Yep, they're all pretty dark there. That's fine. Just didn't want it full black. So that's fine. We've got our color in there. Now I'm going to add another little box. Now if you find you roll over something here and you can't find the little plus icon or whatever it is you need to find, go down the little purple button at the bottom here and we'll go to wireframe mode. This little icon on the left hand side here makes it easier sometimes to find things. That's fine. And I want to add some social media links. There we go, social media follow settings. I'll go back to our desktop view so we can see what's going on. Okay, let's add our first one. It's got Facebook as default, that's fine. And it puts it in with the default color of whatever social media network you want. I want mine to be my own custom color. I'm going to have all mine blue. So simply go down to background and make it whatever color you want. That's fine. And in the link, this is where you want to put the link to your social media site. Let me just grab one quickly. There we go. Okay, now let's rinse and repeat. We'll add another one. Twitter's fine, and again I want it blue. I'm not going to put the links in, there's no point really, but you need to. So let's save that one. Let's add one more. Again, what network do we want? Instagram. As you can see, it puts it in their default color right there. Account link, put that in there. Again, I want to make mine blue. I'm just going to put one more in and then we'll style them. Save that. Add one more. What haven't I got? YouTube, I suppose. Again, I want it blue, whatever it is. Network. YouTube. Is there YouTube there? There it is. A couple that they don't need to have here, like Google Plus doesn't exist anymore, and MySpace, does that still exist? Not sure. Maybe it does. Maybe I'm out of touch. Okay, so we've got all four there. Now what I want to do is I want mine to be round. So let's go over to our design tab and we'll go down to border. And at the moment it's got slightly curved borders. They're 3 pixels. I'm going to put in 50%. That'll make it completely circular. 50%. See, that's made that round now. Fantastic, just what I want. If you want to, you can put a border around it. At the default set to 0. Let's give it 2. Give it a color that you can see. And that gives it a border around it if you want that. Now if you want to change the actual size of it, you can use a custom icon size and just bring it up and down, whatever works for you. Mine's fine that size, but I don't want the border on there. So let's go to the border and take that off right there. Fantastic. So that works for me, but I want them all to be like that. So let's just save this one, and rather than having to go into them all and style them, I can right click on that last one that we've got right, and I can say extend item styles. Don't want everything on the page like that, but I do want everything in this column like that. So I say this column, and there we are. It's done the other 3 for me. And I also want to sort of centrally align those. So if we pop over to the design tab, alignment, I'm going to pop them in the middle. There we go. And I also want to make sure that that image is also centrally aligned, because when you go down to a mobile phone to view this, it's going to stack on top of each other. It looks kind of weird sometimes if one's left aligned and the rest are central sort of thing. So let's go back in there and just go to design and alignment. Yep, make sure that's in the middle too. Fantastic. Okay, for my next one, I'm going to have a line of computer links. So I'm going to just put a text module in there. I'm going to say computers. And let's style it. Go to design, text. I want it to be light in color so you can read it. In fact, I'm going to give it, it's going to be a title, so let's give it a custom color. Now I could use that blue again, but you can't really see it that well up against the background. So let's do the same thing. We'll hit the little dots under the blue there. Let's select a lighter blue perhaps. That's better, still probably not light enough. So if you click on the color itself, you can pull it up to where it's the color that you want. Something like that works for me. Great. And I want actually all upper, not just upper cap and lower cap. That's fine. I'll leave the text exactly as it is. Now let's add another one, little black button there, and we'll do a bit of spacing. Okay, so this one I want to say laptops. I'm going to leave this lowercase though. I just wanted the title as uppercase. The text I need to be light in color. And of course we need to link it to our laptop page. So if we just go back to our store page up here, at the menu at the top, just right click, copy link address, go back, content, and we'll link it there. And you don't need to have your website address in there, the first bit. You just need to have the / product category laptop in there if you want. It doesn't matter if you leave that in there, that's fine. But you really only need that last part there. Okay, so what I need to do now is I want to space these because they're way too far apart. So let's go back into the top one. Go to design and down to spacing. We'll take anything away by putting a 0 in all the fields here. And as you can see, that's pulled that one up at the bottom there. Now it's too close. So I want to add a little bit of padding on the bottom. Let's try 10 pixels, maybe too much. I think that's going to be too much. Let's try 5 pixels. Yeah, I think that's going to work fine. Great. So now we've got that. Save that. Need to do the same for this little one right here. I don't want to extend the styles because I don't want it to be blue and capital, but once we've done this one, that's all we need. So I need 5 pixels right there, and we also want 0 pix margin. Now let's save that. Now that that's right, we should be able to clone it. We want laptops, which you got, second one for desktops, third one for all-in-one, and fourth one for the sale page perhaps. Now of course we just need to go into each one. Laptops, desktops, all-in-one. Of course you want to do your link as well. For expediency, I'm not going to add the links. And the sale page. And remember to add your links, just click on the link module, go to whichever one, desktop, copy the link, all-in-ones, copy the link, sale, copy the link, and put them into the link ones. Okay, great. Now I'm going to clone this one. I'm going to go to my next section and do exactly the same thing. So I'm going to clone that little one right there, pull it over here, left click and drag. And this is going to be called site links. And there's no link on this one, so site links. And here, again, I'm going to clone this top one here, just drag it over, drop it underneath. And this one, let's call it account login. Some of these pages you can actually use dynamic content to link with account logins, one you certainly can. And let's go to dynamic, the little disk right there, left click on it, and that should be a page link. It'll pop up with the pages right here. My account, there we go. So that'll take them to an account login. Save that. And again, I'm going to clone, clone, clone. Go into the next one. And we'll say contact us. link it to the contact us page. We haven't built that yet, but we will be building it soon. And let's have a look. Privacy policy. Again, we haven't built a privacy policy page, but we will do. And we can come back and link these at any time. And let's say a returns policy. Or just returns, that's fine. Now guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it again. So I'm going to clone this one yet again. And for mine here, obviously you need to put in whatever works for you. I'm going to call this shop links. And there's no link on this one, it's title. And again, copy one of these. Drag it across, doesn't matter which one you drag because they're both exactly the same. And we can add our shop page links. So this first one, let's say my cart. And most of the shop pages you can link to dynamically. So if we go to page link again, there's the cart. Save that one. Clone it again, put in the next one. I'm going to put checkout here. And again, the link, you should be able to dynamically link to the checkout, which is page links. Click on it. There's checkout. Great. Last two, I won't even bother linking them. I'm sure you can get the idea now. Let's clone this one. And we'll say shop simply for that one. We link again with a dynamic. And last but not least, let's simply make that home page. And again, link to it dynamically to the home page. And of course you can put in any module you want here. Don't have to follow what I'm doing. This is purely an example. This is the way that I've built several like this before. Let's see, my checkouts dropped down below my shop. I want that above there. And all I did was left click and drag. That's great. And the only other thing I want to do is I'm going to add another row. And I want to put a copyright notice in the bottom there. I'm going to have a one column. And I'm going to put a text module in there. Yet again, and I'm going to say copyright. Now I'm going to use what they call an alt code for the copyright. So if you hold your alt key down and hit 0169 on the keyboard, it'll come up with the copyright symbol. So copyright Divi store 2020 all rights reserved. Great. And I want that in the center. I don't think I'll have it white. I think I'll have it, let's go to our design, to the text. I want it in the center. Go down a bit, just under the text shadow there. There we go, it's in the center. And there's the white color. Again, I'll hit those little dots there. I just want it slightly off white, something like that perhaps. Maybe still quite light really, isn't it? Something like this. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, and my row, let's make it a different color slightly, just so it stands out from the background there. So I'm going to save that. I'm going to go back into the row. I'm going to make it full width, and I'm going to give it a background color. So let's go into the row, the green tab there, background. Again, could make it black. Actually, the black works quite well because you can see the other one's not quite black there, so I'll leave it like that. And I want to make my row full width. So I need to go to design and then sizing. I'm going to put the width all the way up to 100%. I'm going to copy the 100% and paste it in the max width below, or you can type it in if you prefer. Great, we're about done. The only thing I've got left is I've got a bit of a gap from my section on the bottom there. and probably too much space at the top. So let's save the row. Let's go back into the section, go to design and then spacing, and we'll take any padding off the top of the bottom. So we'll put 0 in there, hit the chain, and it does the bottom. I think that's going to work. Might want to add just a little bit to the top perhaps. So let's unchain that and say, what about 20 on the top? Yeah, I think that'll work fine. Okay, so let's save that. Let's save our page changes. If you haven't got this open here, just click on the little purple button, save the page changes. Go up, hit the little X at the top. Make sure all the changes are saved on this page. Now let's go back to our store. Here's our old one, and that should disappear. Now we put in our custom one. When I refresh, both that and this should disappear. So let's refresh, see what happens. There we go. Great. Well, I'm quite happy with that. So that is how to add a custom global footer to your Divi WordPress theme site. Now, any of these pages, that footer should appear on all of these pages. There we go. I didn't link my home page, so that's not going to work. Let's click on our little logo here. That should take us back home too. Well, we're going to continue on building our home page, or what's going to be our home page. And today we're going to build this sort of animated bestsellers section. And it's got a little shop module and an offer on an iMac there. And when you hover over it, the background animates, which is a pretty cool effect. Really easy to do with the Divi theme. So let's get started. I'll go to a page that doesn't have that on there. I'm going to enable the visual builder so we can build on the front end. Once enabled, let's go down to where we want to work. So I want to put it below this section here. So I'm going to click on the little blue button to add a new section. I'm going to make it a regular section. Inside, I'm going to have something like this. 2 columns, one a lot bigger than the other one. In the first one, I'm going to put our fantastic shop module. And I'm going to give it a product count of 8. And let's choose what we actually want to put in there. I want to put sort of product categories in there. And I'll put desktops, laptops, and all-in-ones in there. Of course, this is entirely up to you. But don't want it quite as stretched out as that. So let's make it 3 or 4 columns. And to do that, we just need to go back up, roll down a little bit, column layout. Let's make it 4 columns. There we go, that's a bit more like it. And let's just do a quick bit of styling. Not much, I just want to make that writing a little bit darker, add a little box shadow to the image, and change that sail color to our sort of purpley color that we've been using here. So image. Going to put a little box shadow on there. Of course, this is all up to you. You make yours exactly how you want it. And my little price badge, sale badge color. Get my little hex code, pop him in there. Fantastic. And the writing, I just want to make it stand out a little bit more because we're going to put a background in. So let's go to text. I'm going to leave it where it is, so actually let's just do the title text, which is fine. I'll make it semi-bold. I actually want to make it black. And I'm going to make the price text black as well, but I'm not going to make it semi-bold because there's quite a lot of it in some of these. And that would make it break into 2 lines, which I don't particularly want right here. There we go, that's absolutely fine. So that's that little section done. And I guess we ought to give it a title. So let's add another quick module here. We'll put a text module in. And inside, all I want to say is best sellers. And we'll make this a heading, say heading 2. Great. Now if you hover over it, you can hit the little paintbrush icon, it'll take you straight to where you customize it. H2, great. And let's make it all caps. I guess we'll make it semi-bold as well, just make it stand out well. Fantastic. I don't know why I got that period on the end, let's take that off. Guess I was trying to make a statement. So save that. Let's just move this up on top. So I'm going to grab this module and just going to pull it up on top of our shop module there. Great, that's that taken care of. And over here I kind of want to have an iMac on sale. So I'm going to use a blurb module for that. Fantastic blurb module. Is it Mac 27-inch huge sale, or huge savings perhaps. Move this so you can see what's going on. Let's put that in there nicely. And for the text, let's put in something like and we can say 0% financing available. And that 0%, let's make that red. You can do that right here with a little A right there, or text color. That way we can do the titles separately. And let's make it a heading 4. That's fine, and let's also bold it out. That's great. Now I want all my text to be in the middle there. That's great, and I also want that heading text to perhaps be blue. So let's go down heading text or title text right here. And again, you can just click on the little paintbrush beside it, it'll tell you which one it is. That's a heading 4 too, so let's make that blue. We'll make it capital, and we'll make it semi-bold too. Great. I'm going to bring that size up till it's almost the size of the image on top there. Something like that. Okay, let's put our image in there, content. Now I want this to obviously go to our Mac 27-inch. Whichever one that was, let's say it's that one. That's great. Now I want this to link to the product, so let's hit the link button here. We can do this with dynamic content again. Hit the little, just hover over, hit the little discs right there. I want it to go to a product. Now let's search for Mac. There we go, Mac 27 all-in-one. And I want it to open in the same window. Great. Only other thing I'm going to do is put a bit of box shadow around the whole module. Let's give it a little bit more padding on the bottom there. So let's go to design, spacing, padding bottom. Let's say give it 30 pixels. Yeah, that's fine. I think everything's got enough room. I might take that heading text just down a little bit. It's just about to fall off the edge of that. So again, I clicked on the little blue paintbrush of it, and it's taking me straight to it. Let's take it down just a little bit. There we go. That's great. All right, well, let's make our animated background for our section now. We've got everything we need here. So let's go into our section. I'm going to go to design, and I'm going to add some dividers. Top, I'm going to select sort of curly divider. I think this one here is what I used last time. For the color, I'm going to put it in my purple. And for the height, I'm going to put in, say, 50%. Initially, that's great, but the color's a bit too strong, so let's go in and take the opacity down, which is the right hand slider here. So we want to make sure we can read everything through it. That's great. Now let's do the bottom one. I'm going to use a similar one, but I'm going to use a blue color on it. See, something like that. Again, the height I'm going to put in 50%. And we're going to make the color blue this time. And again, I don't want the full color blue, I want it to be a little see-through. So I'm going to take the opacity or see-throughness of the color down. Something like that, just to make sure we can read all of our writing nice and clearly. Okay, for the actual animation itself, when somebody puts their mouse over it, I want that to get a lot deeper and this to get a lot higher. So let's go up to, oh, I'm already here, divider height. Hover over where it says divider height, hit the little arrow. Now for our desktop state, it's going to be 50. For the hover state, I want to make it 110%, which will spill out into the next module. Like that. As you can see, it's spilling out there. If you don't want it to spill over to the next one, I'll show you in a moment how you can avoid that with a little bit of CSS, but I'm quite happy for it to do that at the moment. So let's go to our top one and do the same thing. And again, we only want it to hover, so we want to go over to the little arrow. Gives us the two boxes, desktop and hover. Now hover, I'm going to do the same thing, 110. And I'm using percent here, not pics. As you can see, they're going to crisscross when somebody hovers over like that. But the default setting is 300 milliseconds, so that's going to happen way too quickly for me. I want mine to happen a lot slower. So let's go over to advanced, transitions, and transition duration. I'm going to make mine about 1.5 seconds or 1500 milliseconds, something like that. And again, of course, you do exactly what you want to do. Okay, we're almost there. Now this section, I just want it to fade in when we roll down to it. So let's go to the section, little cog, design, animation. And you can choose from a load of animations here. We're not writing any CSS or anything with this. Fade. So that's fine for me, but I want it to fade a bit slower. So I'm going to make mine about 1500 again. 1550 is fine. You can have it slide in, bounce in, and zoom in, flip in, fold in, roll in if you wish. But for me, fade's going to be fine. So let's save this and see what we've actually got here. And of course, this being our shop module, all these products images will link to the actual products, and this will link to our iMac 27-inch. Okay, let's save. Little purple button, save our draft. Once saved, let's exit the Visual Builder and go down to where we were. There's our little fade in. Now when we hover over it, those background dividers should sort of close together like a mouth. There we go. I think that's a quite nice little effect going on there. And as you can see, it's spilling over the top there. What I was saying before, if you don't want to do that, I'll show you how. Let's enable the Visual Builder again. Go down to our section. I'm going to go into the section. I'm going to go to Advanced, to Custom CSS. In the main element here, I'm simply going to write overflow, colon, hidden, semicolon, in case I want to add some more. Save that. Let's check it out this time. And go down to our little section. Now let's hover over it. And as you can see, that is no longer visible in the section above, so we've hidden it. And I'll put that little bit of CSS below, and you're welcome to use it if you wish. So there you have it. There's how to make a nice little bestsellers section with an animated background. Well, in our last video we created this sort of bestsellers section with an animated background going on there. In this video today, we're going to do a sort of brand logo section that when you hover over the logos, comes up with a call to action that will take you to the brand page. There's our little HP category page we made the other day. That's all really easy to do with the Divi theme, so let's get started. I'm going to go to the page where I haven't got this. Of course, I'm going to enable my visual builder. Once enabled, I'm going to go back down to where I want to build my section. I'm going to hit the little blue button here to create a new section. I'm going to make it a regular section. And as I've got 4 logos, I'm going to use 4 columns for a row. Great. Okay, in that first one, I'm going to put a call to action. And obviously, you style it how you want to. My first one is going to be for HP, so I'll say shop HP. Button, shop now. And for the blurb itself, I really don't want much in there. Something like get the best prices today. Great, and where do I want it to link to? Well, I want it to link to the category page. In this case, it will be HP. So let's just open our site. And we've got our brand page up in the menu here. There it is there. So I'm going to right click, copy link address. I'm using Google Chrome, by the way. I think most browsers will let you do it this way. And we'll put that in for the link where our button wants to go. Okay, let's style this module a little bit. Now what I want, I'm going to have the button our little purpley color. I don't want that icon because as you can see it's breaking it. It's making it turn into 2 lines there, so I'm going to take the icon away. I want a semi-transparent background that we can see the logo behind once it's being hovered on. And I think I'll give it a little border. So let's do that, really easy to do. Let's go to Design tab. All the text can stay exactly as it is. The button, I think I'm going to have it blue to start off with. Not that you'll see much of it because it will be invisible to start, but there may be a little hover effect that will work nicely. So I'm going to hit the little arrow. That'll bring up our desktop or non-hover state and the hover state. For the desktop, I'm going to make it, actually I'm on the text color, I want to be on the background color here. For the desktop, I'm going to make it blue. And for the hover state, I'm going to make it a little purple color here. So I'll copy my hex code and paste it in there. There we go. Okay, and I'm going to leave the border and the writing itself white. And let's go get rid of that icon that's breaking it. So if we roll down a little bit more on the button settings, show button icon. There we go, that's better. Okay, and I want to give it a little white border. Don't think I'm going to have any box shadow because I'm going to put it on a dark background so you won't see it very much. So we're over the button. Let's go down to border. Slide down a little bit. Check the one that says all corners at once. If you just want to do top, you can. Right, bottom, left. And I'm going to give it, say, 2 pixels, hitting the little arrows just to increment it up there. As you can see, it's on there. It's black at the moment. I'm going to put it white. Of course, it will disappear into the white background. That's fine. Okay, now I'm going to go back to my content. And I'm going to put a background in. I'll use black, but I want it kind of see-through. So if I click on the color, I'm going to pull the opacity down to where it's there. But when I put an image behind it, you're going to be able to read it. So we'll put an image behind it and see how we do. We may want to adjust that. So that's pretty much that module done. Now let's go into the row, and I'm going to give this row the section, and I'm going to give it a gradient background. So click on the cog of the blue tab up here. I'm going to go to background. I'm going to use a gradient this time. So you've got color, gradient, image, and video. So let's use a gradient. It throws one in by default. Bottom I'm going to have totally black. And the top I'm going to have a sort of real dark grey. So let's go to the top now. And I'll put black in, but I'm going to hit the little 3 things that will give me gradients of it. Let's try something like that. Yeah, that's going to work fine. Great. So that's our section taken care of. Now let's go into our row, and each of these columns is where the actual logo that we're going to use is going to sit. So let's click on the cog for the row, the green tab there. Go to our first one, put in the background. I want an image. So I'm going to upload my images. Now for my images, I made them all 400 by 400 so they're all the same size. I've just done that with Photoshop. I know not everybody has Photoshop, it's an expensive program, but I believe there's one out there called GIMP that you can do pretty much the same with. And I'll put that link below this video if anybody needs to use that. Now normally I'd say don't download your images from the web, but I have actually done this. I just literally Googled Alienware logo transparent background, and I'm pretty sure if you're selling their products, they're not going to mind you using their logo. Obviously don't take my word for it, do it at your own risk, but if it was my site I wouldn't have a problem doing that. Okay, I've forgotten what we're doing. Okay, so we've uploaded the logo. There's the one I'm going to have on this one because it's for HP. And there you can see it behind it. Fine, that's great, because I wanted that dark background, slightly opaque background in there, so we could see the logo, but all the writing and the button was going to be very clear. Right, so that's good. While I'm here, I may as well put the logos in for the others. And so let's just save our HP one. Go back up and do number 2. Again, I want an image, and let's use Apple for number 2. Now you notice I've put it in there, but you can't see it. That's because there's no content. That column has no height. And if you have different height logos and you want all the columns to be the same height, I'll show you how to do that in a second. It's really easy. There's just a little button in the design that you can fix that with. But I'm going to put the rest of my logos in, and then we'll do that. So that's number 2. Number 3. Got Apple, let's do Dell. And then number 4 should be the Alienware one. Okay, that's fine for me because I'm going to put content in here which will pull those down all to 400 because all the images are that size, and that is what I'm going to use for all of them. But if you've got different amount of text in your boxes and stuff like that, simply go over to the design tab in the main column one. Make sure we're in the main row settings here, not the column. Go over to the design tab, go to sizing, and there's a little button that says equalize column height. Just flip that to on, and as you can see, it's put all those logos in there. Looks like I've cropped my Dell and HP a little bit tight when I did that, but that's okay. So let's save that. We've got all our logos in. Now, I don't want to be seeing this shop now or the content or anything until somebody hovers over it. So let's go into the module, the little dark grey tab here, hit the cog. Let's go over to design. It's going to go down to filters. We're going to go down to opacity or see-throughness. Going to check on the little arrow. If you hover over the dark writing that says opacity, click on the little arrow again to bring up the desktop and hover state. Now for the desktop or non-hover state, I'm going to take this all the way down to 0 or invisible. And for the hover state, I want it completely visible. Just like that. Fantastic. Now, as you know from previous videos, if you've seen them, the default transition time is 300 milliseconds, which is pretty quick. Might work for you, but I want to slow mine down a little bit. So I'm going to go to the Advanced tab. I'm going to go down to Transitions, and I'm going to slide this up to about a second for me, maybe a little bit more, something like that. Save my changes. Now, I could just copy this over right away and just change the brand and change the link on the button. That's all we need to do there. But I want to test this is going to work first before I do that. So let's hit the little purple button, save the draft, or publish if you've got it published. Exit the Visual Builder. Go down to where we were, and let's just check that's going to work. So that looks fine at the moment, apart from I've cropped that HP a little bit tight, but that's okay. There we go. And as you can see, when you hover over the button, it goes from that blue to the purple. Fantastic. And make sure it's going to link to where we want to link it to. Great. So to finish off, let's simply enable the Visual Builder again. Go down to where we were. I'm going to copy my module here, go over the dark tab for the module, hit the two little squares to clone it, and it's made those logos twice as big because we've got two modules in there now, and I simply just pull one over, it doesn't matter which one. And of course you're going to want to go in there, change that to Shop Apple, or whatever it is your logo says, and we'll want to change the link to Apple brands HB Mac. There we go, save that one. And then just rinse and repeat for the next two. There's no point in me doing that because you know how to do it now. So let's save that and see what we've got. I think we're done with that little section. So there we have it. There's our little logo to call to action on hover. That'll take you to the brand page to sell your products. Well, we're going to continue on today with our little tech homepage build here. Yesterday we did this logo to call to action on hover there. Today we're going to build this little product carousel. Each of these will link to a product. And we're just going to finish off the section with a little shop module with our laptops. So let's get started. I'm going to enable the Visual Builder. Once loaded, I'm going to go down to where I want to work, which is under that last one there. I'm going to get rid of this section. We'll start again from scratch. Okay, so I'm going to add a new section with a little blue button here. I'm going to make it a regular section. Inside, I'm going to put two columns, 50-50, each same as the other. In the first one, I'm going to put a carousel or slider module. Divi comes as standard with all these modules. I'm just going to pop a slider in there. And as you can see, it's in there. Before I go any further, I just want to do the background for my section. So let's just hit the check mark to save that. Let's go up to the section. I'm going to put a simple gradient background in this today. Color, gradient, image or video. I'm going to go for a gradient. Hit that background, add gradient. It puts one in automatically. I'm going to keep the blue and just switch the green for my purple color that I've been using here. So I'll just paste my hex code up there. There we go, perfect. And that's that done. I know what colors to make everything else now. So let's go back into our little slider module here and set up our slider. I'm going to get rid of that second one that it puts in. To keep this simple, I'm going to have similar text in all of my slides today. So I'm going to say best laptop prices. And for the button, I guess I'll call that best price as well. And for the content, I'm just going to have a simple line. Something like that. I'll move this out of the way so you can see what's going on. So we've got all this going on. Now I want to put in a background image, and I think I'll put in a background color as well because I want to blend it so this writing still sticks out. So let's go down and I'll put the background in first. I'm going to change the background color to blue. I'm going to put an image in. So I'm going to choose one of my laptops. There we go. Now that's okay. That actually works quite well having it cover the whole background, but I think I'm going to go for fit so we can see more of it. And then I'm going to put a background color in too. Well, actual size, yeah, I think actual size is going to work better. So we put a background color of blue in there also, as you can see behind, but I sort of want to blend the two, so I'm sliding down a little bit still on the image section here, and I'm going to go to multiply. That really works for me. You can do some amazing effects with these filters here. Do play with them and you can come up with some great effects, but multiply is going to work best for me today. That's great. Now I want to make sure this links to the actual product. Now I remember what that looked like, but if we go to our home page, let's see, it was this one right here. See, it's Dell gaming laptop. Let's go back up to link. Now we can have the button link right here, and if we go over, we got our dynamic content. We can select the product, and it was Dell gaming laptop, wasn't it? There we are, and link it to our product. We want it to open in the same window, obviously. Design wise, I want to, don't need an overlay because we got that background color in there. That's great. Don't want to put an image in. Text is absolutely fine. I'm just going to change the button to my sort of purple color. Use custom styles for the button, and we'll say button background. Put in that purple color, and I'll do the same for the border. But when it's on hover, let's have it go a different color. Let's make it blue on hover. So hit the little arrow, it'll bring up our desktop and hover states. Desktop we're leaving as purple. Hover, we're going to make that blue. Let's just change that back to desktop, and let's go back up and do the same thing for our background color here. Button text color. It's not what we want. This is what we want right here, button background color. And for the hover, again, we want to make that blue. Fantastic. Desktop purple. Fantastic. And I'll give it a little text shadow. I'm going to turn the icon off. The icon, when you hover over it, you just see it to the right there. For me, I don't particularly want that today. If you do, there's a whole bunch of fantastic icons from Elegant Themes here that you can choose from. I'm going to turn mine off. Button is already in the middle. That's fine. Give it a bit of text shadow. It'll stand out a little bit more against the button there. That's fine. And last but not least, I'll give it a bit of box shadow on some of the other images. That might make it stand out a little bit better. Great. Well, we've got that done. Let's save that. I'm going to do it for another however many laptops I've got. So I'll pause the video and come back when I've done it. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to clone. I'm going to go into the one that I've just cloned. I'm going to leave the text all the same. If you want to change your text, that's up to you. I'm going to change the background image to the next laptop that I want. That one, I guess. And then obviously we need to go down and link to whatever this laptop was. So you know how to do that. It's very easy. So I'll pause and we'll continue. Okay, so I've just put in the last one there. We've now got 8 of them, I believe. Let's style the actual carousel a bit. The only thing I'm going to do is give it a little box shadow underneath, and I want to make it automatic so it rolls round automatically, funny enough. So we'll go on animation, turn on automatic animation, and it's going to change every second, 7 seconds, 7,000 milliseconds. I'm actually going to say 5,000, so you don't have to look at it for 5 seconds for it to change. Continue automatic slide on hover. Well, if you do that, when they hover over it, it'll just continue rolling every 5 seconds. I think it's a good idea to have that stop so they can read the writing and give them a chance to click on the button if they want to. So I'm going to leave that just like that. And the only other thing I want to put there is a box shadow. Fantastic. That's done. So I'm just going to fill out this other side here with the shop module quickly. And of course I'm going to target laptops. So let's go shop module. Move this over so we can see. And I want to do product category, which will be laptops. And I want to display just 8. I want to have 8, and I want 2 rows of 4. So if we go down a bit, column layout, I'll make it 4. That's absolutely perfect. Now I just need a bit of styling so we can read all the prices, and turn my little label purple. I think I'll make that a little bit smaller as well. So let's go over to design, and the title text, just want to make that black so it stands out well. Same with the price text. Fantastic. And I want to go down to my sale badge text right here. The color, I'm going to make my little purple color, but I want to make it smaller. So let's go down to the text size here. It's making the text smaller, but I want that badge smaller as well. So we'll leave the text size about there and take the line height down to make less spacing around it to make that badge smaller. There we go. I think that's going to work fine. We'll put a little bit of box shadow, make that stand out. And the only other thing, I want to just put a bit of box shadow on the image, and we're done. Here's the image. Let's roll down a bit. Don't think I want to put a border on there today. I'm just going to put a little box shadow on there. Fantastic. So let's save. Save our page changes. Hit the little purple button and either save the draft or publish. Okay, before we get out of the Visual Builder, I'm going to do one more thing. I'm just going to put a little title in here. I'm going to copy the one that we had up here, bestsellers. Just simply going to clone it, or you could save it to your library and just reuse it that way, but I'm going to go ahead and clone it. And then move it down. Doesn't matter which one you move because they're both exactly the same. I'm going to plop it up on top of this little carousel here. And let's say best laptop deals. There we go. That'll do it. So again, let's save everything. Make sure we've got all our saves changed. Exit the Visual Builder. Go on down and see what we've got. There we have it. We've got that little revolving carousel with our different laptops in it. And then when you click on one of these laptops, it should take you to the sale page for the laptop itself. There we go. And what we'll do in future videos, we're going to customize this actual product page using the theme builder. Really easy to do. So there you have it. Let's go back. That is how to create a simple product carousel that links to your products, and a little laptop section with a little laptop sale box there. We're going to continue on with our little sort of tech homepage build here. Today we're going to build this sort of parallax or CSS parallax or fixed background section right here with a sale and a subscriber that hooks up to a MailChimp account. So let's get started. First thing I want to do is enable the Visual Builder. Once enabled, let's go down to where we want to work. I'll just delete this section here and we'll start from scratch. Okay, well let's add a new section. I'm going to make it a regular section. And I'm going to add 2 columns, 50-50. It's great. Before I actually put anything in here, let's go ahead and put our background in. So I'll get out of there. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to add a background image. You've got color, gradient, image, and video. I'm going to add an image. And there's the one I just used. As you can see, it's in there. Now we can use the parallax effect here. And there's two different types. True parallax means the background will move at a slightly different rate than the foreground. So if I scoot this up and down, I don't know if you can see that. The background's moving, but it's actually moving at a different rate. You'll see it better when we've got more content in here. Well, there's CSS parallax, which a lot of people say is not parallax, which is actually fixed background, which is much more dramatic. As you can see, it's sort of sliding up over the thing like there. But there's the two, and for us today I'm going to go ahead and leave it on the CSS. We can change it and view both when we put some content in. So let's put our little content in here. I'm going to use a text module, and I'm just going to create a huge sale banner. I'll delete this. I'm just going to say never miss and then underneath sale. I'm going to make that top one heading 2, and I'm going to make the bottom one heading 1, and I'm going to move this module out of the way so we can see it. It is actually right there. First thing we want to do, let's change it so we can actually, let's go down to the heading text and make it white. That's our H1 and our H2. There we go, so you can see a bit better then. Okay, I'm going to change the font. And like I said before, Divi has a ridiculous amount of fonts. I think there's like 900 or something crazy. I'm going to use one I've used before called Bungee Inline. I'm going to make it huge. So I'm going to go down to the size. It's 30 pixels. I'm going to make it, I think, 175 is what I made it last time. Yep, that's pretty big. And I'm going to sort of create a bit of a glow behind it, neonish glow, using a bit of text shadow. So I'm going to use this one right here. And for the color, instead of a sort of dark shadow color, I'm going to find a blue of some sort. It's almost there, actually. I think that'll do. We'll see it if I move it behind it. I'm going to take the opacity up a little bit, I think. There we go, we can see it a bit better there. I want to put it behind the actual image itself. And you just want to play with it until you're sort of happy with what you've got there. That kind of works for me. Okay, actually that looks quite good with the small writing there, but I'm going to make the writing on top the same as this but smaller. And the easiest way to do that is if I go back up to the heading here, right click on there, I'm going to say copy heading text H1 style, and right click on the 2 and paste, and then I'll just have to take the size down. There we go, because that's pretty big, that's not going to work. So let's make sure we're on heading 2, and we'll go down and take it down. Oh, and it's sort of almost the same length, something like that. There we go, that's going to work better for me. You're not going to miss that in a hurry. So there's a nice little banner that's going to stand out nicely. Now on the other side, let's add a module. Let's add an email opt-in. There we go. And as you can see, it's popped up with something like this. Button, I'll leave that as subscribe. I'll move this over so we can see what's going on here. And underneath I'd probably write something like never miss another sale by subscribing today. Field names, that's really too many. I always find the less you ask people to fill in, the better chances you have of them actually filling it in. And the email account, you've got to check, you've got to hook it up to a MailChimp, or there's plenty of other providers like Constant Contact and all these up here. But if you don't hook it up to something, when you look at it out of the builder, the fields will be missing. So I'll just grab a list. That's fine. Now the fields, I just want one for the name rather than first and last. So let's turn this one on. Now we've just got a name and email. Now that works better for me. Fantastic. Okay, the background, let's make it a blue, but I want to be able to see through it a little bit. There we go. You can still see the background, but you can see through it. And let's make that a regular view on subscribe. Now back on the design, I'm just going to give it a little bit of box shadow, and I will customize the button. Let's do the button first. I'll use custom stars. I'm going to use my purple color that I've been using throughout this site. That's the text color, that's fine, that's white. Button background, here we are. I'll just paste my hex code in there. Fantastic. I'm going to go down and I'm just going to say under border width, I'm going to take that down to 0 so there's no border. And for my color, when somebody hovers over it, if you put your cursor over button background here, hit the arrow. On the hover state, when something is hovering over it, I'll make it a sort of darker purple. And when nobody's hovering over it, it should be our sort of lighter purple color there. Great. So we're all hooked up here. Customized. That was pretty simple to do. So let's save our changes. Last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a couple of dividers in our section here that we can sort of see through a little bit. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. That's still pretty dramatic looking. But I'm just going to add some because I think it adds a little something. So section, design, dividers, top one, select a type, and for me today I'm going to use that one up there, as you can see. And again, I'm going to put in my little purple color for that, but I want it to be see-through so we can see something through the back there. So the right hand opacity slider, again, I'm going to pull down. There we are, something like that. So it's there, but you can see through it. And I'll take the height down just a little bit with the slider there. Let's go back up and do the bottom one. And I'll sort of have an opposite to what we had, which would be that, as you can see it there. This one I'm going to make blue. Again, I'll take the opacity down a bit so we can see the background image behind there. And we'll slide him up a bit in height. Something like that. Obviously you do yours exactly how you like to do it. And let's save. Save our page changes. We'll save the draft or publish if you're ready. And exit the Visual Builder. Now let's go down and take a look. There we go, that's okay. Actually, I think I need to pull this down a little bit so it's more sort of in line with that. It's a little high, could have had another word under it. Let's quickly do that, enable the Visual Builder. Go back down there. And I'm just going to give this module, I'm going into the dark tab of the module, the settings, a little cog there. I'm going to go to design, spacing. I'm going to say perhaps 50 pixels padding on the top there. Let's go back to that heading text. You click on the little blue paintbrush to actually get on it. Let's go up there. Go down to our size. Let's look at it on responsive devices. Hit the little mobile phone type thing there. Actually, that's fine on a tablet. Let's look at it on a phone. Yeah, on a phone we're going to have to make that sale text a bit smaller. That's fine. Sale text was H1, wasn't it? So let's just click on that little brush. We're on the H1 there. Let's go down to its size. Hit the little mobile icon. And on the phone, let's take the text size down until it works. There we go, that's absolutely perfect. Probably even take it up just a little bit. Fantastic. So let's just check tablet. Yep, that's fine. And of course we know it works on a desktop. So we're good to go. Let's save once more. Save the page changes, save the draft, and exit the Visual Builder. So there we have it. There's your little parallax or CSS parallax or fixed background with a little subscribe today form that'll hook straight up to your MailChimp when somebody subscribes to it. Well, we're going to continue on with our sort of tech homepage build here. Yesterday we did this sort of parallax sale section here. Today let's do this animated number counter section below here. It sort of counts up the various stats. It's got an animated background, and when we hover over it, it's going to enlarge these, and we can obviously hook these up to our sales pages or our category pages for laptops, desktops, etc. So let's get started. First thing I'm going to do today, enable the Visual Builder. Once the builder's enabled, let's go down where we want to work, and I'll simply delete this section right here. We'll start again from scratch. Okay, so I'm going to add a new section, little blue button right there. I'm going to make it a regular section. I'm going to have 4 columns because I want 4 number counters. And let's go down to number counter. By default, Divi comes with all these modules as standard. There we go, number counter. Okay, for the title, let's have a look. Start off with laptops. Number, whatever number happens to work for you. Don't want the percentage sign there, so I'm going to go down elements and flip the percentage sign to off. Link, let's link this to our product. I want to link to our laptops. I can go up to the top here. We've got our laptop link right there. Right click, copy link address. Put it in there. I want it to open in the same window. That's fine. Background. Well, I'm going to have it have a white background initially that you won't see much change there. And then on hover, I want it to have a different color background. So if we hover over the black background writing there, click on the little arrow. And for the hover color, I'm going to put in my purple color. So I'll just hit the remove color and I'll add my little purple color I've been using throughout the site. There we go. Now I only want that on hover. So when it's not hovering, it's going to be white. Fantastic. Okay, let's go on to our design tab now, and the title text, which is this little one right here. I'm going to make that blue. I'm going to make it a bit bigger. It's already in the middle. I think I'm going to capitalize it, and I'll make it sort of semi-bold, and let's pump it up a little bit in size, something like that. That's fine. Move on down. Don't really want any text shadow on that at the moment. For text that size, sometimes it tends to make it a little blurry looking for me. Number text, again, I'm going to make that blue. I'm going to make it semi-bold. Now for this one, I will give it a little bit of shadow, because with larger fonts like that, it seems to work better. Of course, this is entirely up to you. Great, that's fine. I don't want to adjust the shadow, it looks just right to me. The only other thing I do want to do here, I want to put a border around it. And I'm going to make it 5 pixels blue. But I want it to be circular. And to make it fully circular, I need to put in 50% all round. Now, as long as you've got the chain linked there, it'll do all at once for you. So if I put in 50%, as you can see, it's made it round, or it's made it oval. Now we need to adjust the spacing or the padding to make it into more of a circle. So let's go up to our spacing. And top and bottom is where we want to add it. Let's try adding 40 top and 40 bottom. You don't have to put any pixels in. That's almost there. That is almost just exactly right. But I'd rather have that number sit a little lower down in there. Let's try 45. No, I think 40 is probably about right. So I'm going to uncheck this. I want a little more padding on the top than the bottom. So let's put 50 on the top and 30 on the bottom. That way it should still stay round like that. 50 on the top and 30 on the bottom. I think it probably needs just a little bit more. Say 53 and 43 or 33, I should say. Yeah, I think that's okay. Looks pretty much like a circle to me. We could have made it a certain width and height and done that exactly, but that's close enough for me. I think that's going to work fine. Great. The only thing else I want it to do is when they hover over it, I want it to grow and change to that purple color on the background. So let's close up the spacing. We'll go down and transform, and it's the first one, scale. And again, I only want it to scale up on hover, so if I click the hover it should turn purple. And let's pull it up. We've got that checked so it'll do both at once. Well, I guess I want 25 or 30%. Don't want to get too big, something like that. That works perfectly. Great. Now I want it to do it slowly or not too fast. By default it's going to do it by 300 mils. I'm going to bring mine up to about 3/4 of a second, something like that. Okay, so presuming we're happy with this module, we can go ahead and clone it and just change a few things on it. Hit the little 2 squares to clone it. Doesn't matter which one you move. And we'll clone it again. Left click and drag to move it. One more time. Left click and drag. Okay, this one's going to be desktops. And of course we want another number. And this one's going to be all in one. And another number. And this one, let's say sale items. And again, we'll put in another number there. Great, so that's our counters taken care of. The only thing I really want to do now is I'm just going to put those animated background dividers in. I mean, that looks pretty clean. You might want to keep it like that. Let's actually put a bit of box shadow on this so the circle's got a bit of shadow. So let's go into, it doesn't matter which one, go into design, put a box shadow because it should work because we've rounded it off. There we are, that's got a box shadow, and rather than have to go back into all of them, we can just go over the module tab itself, the dark one, right click, extend number counter styles. Don't want everything on the page, but I do want everything in this row, and hit extend. There we go, we've got shadows under all of them now. Fantastic. Okay, let's put the cherry on the cake and just add a couple of dividers to animate our background section here. So we'll go to design, go to dividers. For the top one, choose something curly this time. And again, I'm going to make it my purple color. But I'm going to bring that opacity down a little bit. In fact, no, I'm going to make that blue because we got blue above it. But again, I'm going to take the opacity down a bit so that'll fit in with that sort of blue that's going on above it. That's fine. And for the bottom one, I'll put in the opposite number this one right here, and this time we'll use that purple color. And again, I'll pull the opacity slider down so we can see anything through it that we need to. Great. Now when somebody hovers over it, I want those to grow and sort of crisscross each other, similar thing as we did in one of our modules above. So let's do that. Let's go down a little bit to divider height, hover over it and hit the little arrow, and for desktop I'm going to leave it just as it is. For hover I'm going to bring it up quite a bit, almost to the top, say about there. Great. Now let's go do the same thing for our top one, and again we only want it on the hover effect, so desktop's going to be exactly where it is. Hover effect, we're going to bring it down to pretty much almost the bottom there, something like that, or however you'd like to do it. Okay, let's save our changes, and I believe we're done. Hit the little purple button and save our page changes. And exit the Visual Builder. And let's go down and take a look. There we have it. There's our little number counter section that animates. It's animating a bit too fast for me. I want to slow that animation down a little bit, and our hover animation works fine. And let's make sure this takes us to our laptops page, and it does. Fantastic. Let's take us back. I'm going to enable the Visual Builder and just slow that transition down on those dividers crisscrossing. Let's go in there, and we want to go to advanced transitions, transition duration. I'm going to take mine up to just over a second there. I think that should do it. We'll save again. Exit the Visual Builder and go down and take another look. There we go. That's a bit more like it. It's a little bit slower doing it that way. It's more like a sort of mouth closing but not snapping shut. And that's a nice little effect. I believe that's going to catch people's eyes. And of course, when they load the page initially, it'll count up those numbers. So there you have it. There's a nice little animated number counter section that links to our product pages. In our last video, we made this animated counter section here. Let's finish off our little tech page just by having a latest text section with some progress bars and of course a little shopping module. Really easy to do. So let's get started. Okay, so I've enabled the Visual Builder. Let's go down to where we want to work. And this is a sort of striking little section to have at the bottom of your web page here. Let's get rid of it and we'll start from scratch. So I'm going to add a new section, a little blue button. Going to make it a regular section, and I'm going to put in a row for the top part of 2 columns. Now before I put anything in there, let's just put a background color in our section. Blue tab for the section, green for row, dark one for a module. I'm going to go into the section and I'm going to give it a background gradient. We've got color, gradient, image and video. Now it sort of throws in its own default colors there. I'm going to have black at the top and I'm going to have blue at the bottom. There we go. Now we'll just save that and start adding our modules. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this little module right here and reuse it. So I'm going to clone it with the 2 little blocks right there. And there it is. Doesn't matter which one you take, they're both the same. And I'm going to put him in our first column down here. And I want to change the writing a little bit. So let's go into the module, the dark tab. I'm going to say hottest. And tech. And that stands out quite well against our little background there. Of course, as we expand the module, this dark section will go down and make it stand out even better. Okay, well that was easily done. Let's do the next one. I'm just going to put in a call to action module here. And I just want to say the latest tech. Gear, I guess. And I'll leave what it says there in because I don't have anything to say. Let's say shop now for the button. The button won't appear until we put a link in. For the link, I'm going to have it linked to a little shop module that we're going to put down below. So I'm going to put in hashtag and I'm going to give that shop module an ID of latest LT tech TC. So LTTC, it doesn't matter what you put in as long as it's unique. Want it to open in the same window. Great. Well, let's quickly style this. Text is fine right there. The title text, I'm going to make that bold. And I'm going to give it a little bit of box shadow. I'm going to make it uppercase, capitalized. So I'll hit the 2 T's there. Let's pull the size up till it's about the same size as the writing there. That's fine. Let's go down to our body text. I want to have my body text justified. That's perfect. And now let's go down to our button, which is right here. I'm going to use custom styles. And I'm simply going to make the background blue. I guess for when we hover on it, we'll give it a purple color perhaps. So let's hover over where it says button background, hit the little arrow in the hover state. We'll put in purple. So we've got blue initially and then purple. And I don't want to border around it at all, so I'm going to take that down to 0. Border radius, giving it round corners, so I'll make that 0. No round corners. And the actual border width itself, to take it away, just take it down to 0. If you wanted rounded corners on your button, put this up to something like 50 and it'll give you a pill shaped button. But I want a square one today, so I'm going to have mine as 0. Don't want a button icon. When you roll over it, it shows the little icon there. I'm going to leave that one off today. I will give it a bit of box shadow. I'm going to capitalize that text too and give the whole button a little bit of box shadow. And I think I'm going to want that button on the right hand side. So let's go back up to the top to the alignment and pop it on the right hand side. Now I just need to take my background away and get it in line with this module right here. So let's go back to content, to background, hit the little trash can icon there. There we go. And it looks like I want to bring it down by about 50 pixels or so to line up with this one. So I'm going to go design, spacing, and on the top I'm going to give it, we'll try 50, may need a little bit more. Well, that looks about right to me. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe 55. Yeah, that's fine too. Okay, great. So we got our first 2 little sections there. Let's add a new row, make it full width, and we'll put our bar counters in there. So I'm going to do 1 column, And inside, I'm going to put bar counter. And as you can see, it's put one in by default. Let's go ahead and decorate it. And then we'll copy it over. So percentage wise, let's give it 92%. This can be laptops. Don't want it to link anywhere. Don't want to change the background color itself. I'll move this over so we can see. Let's go to our design, the bar itself. Change that to that blue color right there. Text alignment's fine where it is. I want to make it bigger though. And I want to make it white so we can see it. And I'm going to capitalize it as well. Let's make it semi-bold. And just take the size up a little bit. Something like that. Then we've got our percentage number down there. The percentage text, if we take that up in size, it'll make our bar a little wider. I'll go crazy with it. But we'll take the line height up a little bit more as well. That'll make the bar wider still. So we'll get it to how we kind of want it. Something like that. It's absolutely fine. Great. Now I want to give the illusion that this has got a little bit of a neon glow behind it. I will put a bit of box shadow on that percentage. Just makes it stand out a little bit more. To do that, let's go down to box shadow. And I'm going to try using this one. As you can see, it's behind it. That actually looks quite nice. But let's change the color so it looks like a light rather than a shadow. Here's the shadow color. I'm going to put in a blue. I'll make it a lot lighter. Something like that. It's fine. Take the spread strength up just a little bit so it's spreading out a little bit more. I'm sure you can see it behind there. And horizontally, I just want to move it left and up. So we'll move the horizontal position left and the vertical position up just a little bit so it's kind of in the middle. And just to finish that off, let's put a border around it of a sort of light blue, so it's almost like a bulb effect. So let's go back up to border, and we'll put a try one, and we'll put that light blue color on there. There we go, something like that. To me, that sort of glows a little bit. Right, so we're happy with that. So we've got laptops, clone it once, desktops, and again, all-in-ones, and new gaming systems. Going to the second one. All I'm going to change is desktops, and we'll say 73% or whatever number works for you. Carry on down to the next one. And last one, we'll make that gaming systems. And let's take that to 84%. Let's save that. And there we are. We've got our little bar counters. All right. Next bit's going to be real easy. I'm just going to add a new module below this. It's going to be the shop module. I'm going to have 12 products. I'm going to select a few categories. We'll do pretty much all of them. Laptops, desktops, all-in-ones. That will include gaming systems. Product count 12 is fine, but I'm going to have 2 rows of 6. It's fine there. I just want to give it a bit of space between them and the bar counters at the top, so I'm going to give it some padding on the top. Let's say 50. Yeah, that's fine. And I just want to make the text or the writing light so we can see it. That's fine. And we'll do the same for the price. That's fine too. And I just want to change my sale badges that purple color, and we're done. Sale badge. Get my little purple color. There we go, pop them in there. And we'll just give the image a little bit of box shadow, and we're pretty much done. Now I want to go over to my advanced tab and give this a CSID, so that button, or CSS ID, so the button goes to it. So it's latest tech LT and then TH, wasn't it? I believe was the ID I gave it. If it wasn't, it won't work. Let's save this. Just going to add a couple of little dividers to this section. So I want to go to design. I want to go to dividers. For the top one, let's have something like that. Color wise, I'm going to make it blue. I'm going to make it 50%, so it's half the width of the actual, or half the height of the actual section that we've got. Now I want to take the opacity down a little bit, so it's a lot darker than that. Show the dark background through. It's kind of there. That's fine. And for the bottom, we'll do something similar but with the purple color. Use its opposite number there. Again, I'll make it 50%. And we'll make it purple. And again, we'll take the opacity down so it blends in a lot easier. Something like that. Still there. Okay, let's save our changes. Save our page changes. And exit the Visual Builder. And let's go down to where we were working. There we go. There's our little hottest new text section with our progress bars. And let's see if this button's going to take us down to our little shopping section. There we go. Takes us straight down there. And you can do that with any anchor. Just use a CSS ID and you can make it go down wherever you'd like it to go. So I think that stands out quite well. So that's it really for this page. We might publish it next time, just decide if we want to do any more to it. So well, in our last video, we completed our little tech homepage that we've been building here with this last little section. Let's go ahead and make this our actual homepage for our site. At the moment, we've got it set to this, which was just the initial shop page that we built quickly to have something there. So let's go to our dashboard. We're going to go down to Divi, Theme Customize. And once it's loaded, let's go down to Home Page Settings and choose the correct page. Now mine's not in the list there. If we go to our Tech Home page, it's because it's a draft page, I believe. Okay, let's just hit the little button. This time we'll publish it rather than save a draft. We can exit the Visual Builder. Now if we go back here and do a refresh, now go down to our home page settings. There's our new page, Tech Home. Simply going to select that. And there we have it. There's our new home page for our site. I think that'll work okay. Great. So what we want to do next, just make sure I hit the publish button here. Let's go back to the old home page. Now when I hit the little logo at the top here, it should take us to our new home page, which it does, and it'll save the URL as our regular homepage URL. Great. So the next thing I want to do is when we add a product to our cart here, or go to the product page I should say, let's customize our product page. That looks okay, and if you're happy with that, that's fine, leave it just like that. But let's make it our own. Let's decorate it and make it our actual own. So this time let's go down to our dashboard again, and we're going to go down to Divi and Theme Builder. I'm going to add a new template, and it's going to ask us where we want it or what we want it to affect. I want it to affect all my products, so all products. Create the template. It puts in the global footer as standard. You can always build a new one for each page if you want to, but that's going to work fine for me. Let's add a custom body. I'm going to build a custom body, and I'm going to build from scratch. First thing, I'm going to put in a row with 3 columns in it, and to the first one I'm going to add a breadcrumb. Woo breadcrumbs, that'll take us to the product itself. Text, I want it to be in the middle of our little column right there, so I'm going to put that in the middle. I'm going to save that. I'm going to go into our section and get the background sorted out before we go any further. So let's add a background color. I guess I'll use my purple I've been using. Let's put an image in also. That one will do fine. And now let's blend this image a little bit using the background image blend, still on the image settings. And something like that will work absolutely fine. And my section's a little bit too wide there, so let's pull it up, and we'll pull it up at the top as well. I'm simply left clicking and dragging it to the position that I want it. I want that kind of home products in the middle there. Okay, now we've got that done, let's make our row full width. So I've gone into the green tab for the row. I'm going to go to sizing. I'm going to put the width up to 100%, and I'm going to copy that 100%, Control C and Control V, paste it into max width below. That's going to make our row full width, and it's spread these out more. Great. Let's go back in here into our little module, dark one for the module, green for row, blue for section. I just want to make this white in color, text, white. There, we can see it a lot better then. And for the second one, I'm going to go ahead and put in product name. So I'll just put in text right here, and we'll use a bit of dynamic content. Get rid of the actual content that's there. I'm going to hit the little disk icon, left click, and say post or archive title. That'll give it the title of the product page that we're on. And again, I want to make this text white or light in color at least. Let's make it white. And I want it to be in the middle. And I want it to be a little bit bigger than that too. So let's make it a little bit bigger. Something like that. That's fine. And for the last one, we'll do a similar thing. We'll put in a bit of dynamic content. Could have just copied that last block, I suppose. We'll get rid of this. Hit the little disk icon again, and I want the date in over here. Current date. Fantastic, we're actually on it. And again, I want that to be white so it stands out against that background. And I also want it to be in the middle of the block there. So let's go down a little bit more. Make sure he's in the middle. Fantastic. Okay, last thing I want to do is I'll put a bit of box shadow on the section. Back into the blue tab. And add a bit of box shadow. There we go. Okay, well, let's add a new section now underneath this, and here's going to be our content. So I'm going to make it a regular section. Now I'm going to have 2 columns for the first bit. In the first bit I'm going to have the Woo image, or the image for the actual product that it's going to be advertising here. So Woo images for this product. That's absolutely fine. I'm going to leave that just like that. I'm going to add a bit of box shadow to the bottom of it. Move this so you can see what's going on. Okay. Now let's have Woo price next door to it. And these are all come as standard with Divi Builder. If you've not got these Woo ones there, you've probably not got WooCommerce installed, because they'll only appear when you've got WooCommerce installed. So I want Woo price right there for this product. Design wise, I want it a bit bigger than that. I think I'll use my purple color as well, price text. I think it's semi-bold at least. And we'll make it that purple color. There we go. And I want to make it a little bit bigger, not too much bigger. We'll say 40, something like that. So it's definitely visible. 41, 40, that's fine. Okay, I just want to bring that down slightly so it's more just below the head of this image right here. So let's go to spacing and give it, say, 30 pixels on the top. That's absolutely fine. Okay, then under here I want to add an add to cart. So we'll hit the little plus down to the Woos again. Woo add to cart. There we go, fantastic. Again, it's for this product. What elements do I want? I want the quantity field. I don't think I want to show stock. And we'll go to our design. And the text is pretty much okay, really. I'm just going to decorate that button. Fields text color, I guess I could give that purple color as well. You see it's changed it over there. And the fields focus text color, I'll make that purple as well. Don't want any shadow or cornering on there. Go down to the button. I want to use the custom styles. And again, I'll make my button background purple, but I want it to be a darker purple on hover. So again, we'll hover over where it says button background there, hit the little arrow to bring up our non-hover and hover states. On the hover state, I'm just going to make it a darker purple. And we want the text color to be white. And again, the border we want to be the same color as the actual button itself. So I want it to be purple initially. And then on a hover state, make sure we're on a hover, we'll make it the darker purple. Fantastic. And let's just give it a bit of box shadow. I'm going to take the little icon off of there. You see the little icon? Just going to flip that to off. We'll put a bit of text shadow on there just to make it stand out a bit more inside the button. And a little box shadow underneath. Fantastic. Well, that's going to work fine. Okay, let's add a little row now underneath here, and we'll have it a full width row. So we'll have one column. And let's put a description of the product in here. Woo description. That's great, and I'm just going to leave that pretty much as it is. Heading text, I may just change a little bit. Let's make our heading text the purple color. I don't know if there'll be any headings in there until we try it with a product. Apart from that, I'm going to leave that just like it is. Now let's add another module. And if you can't get to that little black button that's under our row module right there, hit the purple one, take us to wireframe. And there we are, we can add one just like that. And I want to add Woo related products, and it'll pull up some related products. There we go. And we can switch back to our desktop view. Here's our related products. Product count 4's fine. This product's fine. Random order's fine. The only thing I want to change that star rating, the color. So we'll make that purple. We can make those a little bit bigger too. Or too big. Something like that. And the price down below, again, we'll make that the same color. Price text. And we'll bring it up a little bit inside and make it semi-bold. That's fine. That's okay. But what I'd kind of like to do, let's save this and just X out and save our changes here. What I'd like to do is I'd like to reuse a couple of these modules on all of our product pages. For instance, I'd like everybody to know about the sale on our, when they look at a product, just in case they've not come in that way. And I'd also like them to sign up. So let's enable the Visual Builder here and save these modules, and we can reuse them. Once the builder's loaded, let's go down to the section that we want, which is this one right here. I'm going to hit this little arrow that says Save Section to Library. I'll call it Timer. Timer Sale. Great. Now let's go down to our next one that I wanted to use. And you can do this with any module and any row and any section. Save this one, and I'll call it Never Miss. Save the library. Now we can exit our Visual Builder and go back to our Theme Builder page. And let's go back into our custom body. Hit on the little edit button there. Now let's add another section. I'm going to add from library, and the one we just saved was a global, so it's timer sale right there. And our other one, let's add it from library, was Never Miss. Now we can just move this one up to the top, or wherever it is you want to put yours. Not quite to the top, just under the heading there, I should think. That's great. And for this section, let's just finish off with a couple of dividers. So I'm going into the section settings, I'm going to design, I'm going to go to dividers, top one. Go ahead and use this one again. And I think I'll put in my purple color for that one again. Scroll down a little bit. I'm going to have it 50% of the page, 50%, so it stretches half of the page. And I want to make it a little more opaque, make sure we can read everything through it okay. So I just want a hint of it there. And let's go do the bottom one, something simple or something similar. And we'll do the opposite. And let's have this one blue. Let's go down so we can see it. Actually, we got that purple on top, so we may as well just make it the purple color. And again, I'll make this one 50% tall. And we'll take that opacity down a bit. Just make sure we can see everything through it. There we go, something like that. I think we're done. Let's now save our changes and X out. Make sure all our changes are saved here. Great. Now here was what we had, which is a Dell Business laptop, which was fine. Let's refresh and we should now have our own version. So here we have it. Here's our product breadcrumbs, our title, our date. Here's our countdown timer that we put in there. There's the actual product itself. You can add it to the cart. Let's go ahead and add one to the cart. There's the description, related products, and our little never miss a sale. What I'd like to do, when we added that to the cart, we did actually add it to the cart. I'd like to have a notification that says that underneath here. So let's edit that quickly. Go back into here. And also, I don't want that purple, that color there. That wasn't shown off very well. So let's go to fields. Fields text color. Well, that purple. What if I change that to white? Yeah, I prefer that white. And I prefer that white up there as well. It's fine. Then below here, we want to add a new module. And it'll be a Woo Cart Notice. But I want to pull it up just above the description. This product's fine. Blue background, let's have a look. Let's make that our purple. And we'll give it a little bit of box shadow just to show them off a little bit. And I guess we'll make that button blue with white writing. Text color can be white. Background color be blue. There we go. And don't want the icon, and we'll just give it a bit of box shadow. Fantastic. Save that. Save our changes. X out. Make sure all our changes are saved there. And let's go check out a different product this time. There's our counter, there's everything here. We can choose our different hard drive sizes. You can add it to cart, go ahead and add to cart. There's our little notification that it's been added to the cart. There's our description and our related products. and our sign up form. So fantastic, that's working for me. So next thing we're going to want to do is customize our actual cart pages and checkout pages. This is what we've got. We can put our own little spin on this also. Well, we sort of got our little home page going here, and we made it our official home page. What we want to do today is we customize our products page, so our products page has got a styling from our custom site. Now we actually want to, if we add this to the cart, we want to actually view the cart itself, because I think this is going to be the generic pages. Great. And what we'll do, we'll customize the cart and checkout pages today. Now you haven't got quite so much control over the cart and checkout pages, but we can certainly go ahead and make them our own, make them much more in style with what we've got going on at the moment. So let's go back to our dashboard. Let's go down to Divi, and we'll go to the theme builder. And let's add a new template. This time we want it to affect the cart and the checkout page. Don't need to affect the shop page because we've already got a custom shop page. And my account, we may as well have that the same style. So let's create the template. As you can see, it's put in our global footer. You can choose to have different footers on different sections and different headers. You might notice that our header for this one's actually white instead of blue. For me, that's actually fine, but if you wanted to put in a custom one, you could do so right there. But let's go to our checkout body here, build custom body. And I want to build from scratch. And here we go. Okay, well, the first thing I want to put in is a title bar. So I'm only going to have the page number in here. So I selected a single column row. I'm simply going to put in a text module. And we'll use the dynamic content, the little 3 disc icon here when you hover over it, to call up the page name, post archive title. There we go. Now I want this in the middle. I'm also going to want it white in a second, but we'll change the background color of the section before we do that. Let's just save that and put our section background in. Go into the section cog to background. I want to grab my purple color and add my little bit of hex code, so we've got a purple background there. And we'll also add an image and we'll blend it into the background. Let's grab that first one I've got there. And still on the image, let's go down a bit and blend it. I'm going to use multiply, which sort of multiplies the image and the background color. That's going to work fine for me. That's a little too tall. Let's just save that. We can go and hover over it, left click and pull up the padding until it's the size that we actually want here. Something like that should be fine. In fact, that's maybe even a bit too short. Let's just add a little bit more to there. Something like that. And I'm going to go ahead and put a bit of box shadow on there as well. Great. Now let's just make our text a light color so we can see it. So back into the module. Let's make that white. It's in the center, that's fine. Can capitalize it if you want. I think I'll leave mine lowercase. I'm just going to bring it up. There we go. Fantastic. Okay, the next thing we're going to want is the actual content from the checkout cart. And the checkout pages themselves. So let's add a new section, little blue. Make it a regular section. Inside I'm going to put the row, single row. This time I've got to go down and put in post content. And you might say, well, that's my blog post. Well, that's true, but this is actually going to pull in whatever's on the page. So in this case, it would be the checkout. So that's fine. And we haven't got a whole lot of stuff we can do to this. We can make our text. In fact, the text is the dark there. We can make our heading text our purple colors if we want. Just simply go through H1, put in my hex color there, and you can copy this through to each one. You can just copy heading H1, paste, and you see they're turning purple as I'm doing this. So it'll cover all the bases for our headings. But you'll notice the links and these little bars here are highlighted the default color of the site, which is blue as default. So I want to change that to so it's our purple color. That will affect how things display. So let's go to our dashboard. Here's our old cart page right here. Go down to Divi, to Theme Customizer. Once it's loaded, we'll go to General Settings, Typography, and down here you'll see the body link color. I'm going to change that to my purple color and save that. Now when we refresh, I won't refresh right now because we've not got it saved, the blue bar and the little link there should change to purple, which is more in line with our color. Okay, so that's going to bring in our contents. What else do we want here? Let's put that little sale, our little sales section where they can sign up, never miss a sale, and I think we saved that yesterday. So let's add it. I think we saved it as a section. So add from library, never miss. There we are. That's fantastic. Okay. The only other thing that I perhaps want to do here is put some dividers in just to make it a little more custom looking, and we'll check it out. So let's go to our section right here. Go to design. We'll go to dividers. And for the top, choose a style you want to put in. I guess I'll go with something like this. Purple color's fine for the top. Again, I'm going to make mine about 50%, half the page height, and I'm going to take the opacity down on it. It's already inherited it from the top there, but I'll put my purple color in. But I want to make it a lot paler so any writing on there can be seen, but I want it to be there. That's fine. And for the bottom, let's roll down. And that'll be at the bottom of this section, which will be on top of our never miss a sale. Let's put similar one, or opposite number, I suppose. Again, we'll make it that purple color. Take the opacity down. Take the height up. I think I'll make this like 60% perhaps, 60. And you can put in, type it in like that, or you can put in your percent height with the slider here. If you want it to repeat, look like a razor saw or something like that, you can just bring that up. I don't, so I'll put mine down to 0. I think what I'd also like, so let's save that. I'm going to add another module right here. I'm going to add a button, and let's say continue shopping. In case they want to go and shop some more, that's always a good idea. Now they've got the option to sign up too. For a link, I want it to be in one of my pages. That'll be my tech shop page link. Tech home would do fine actually. That's fine. Well, actually we had a shop test page, didn't we? We need to add that to the menu. We'll just check that's the right page in a minute. We want it open in the same window. Design wise, my button wants to be in the middle there. So let's get alignment middle. And let's actually style it the way I want to. So we can use our purple color again, use custom styling for the button. Text size is absolutely fine. I think I will capitalize that though. Text color, I'm going to change that to white. Add my color. And on hover, I'm going to make it that dark purple color. So we'll go hover over background, button background there, hit the little arrow. Got desktop and hover state. Hover state, I'm going to make it a darker purple. There we go. I don't want a border, so I'm going to take that away. Let's take that down to 0. And I will give it a bit of box shadow. I don't think I want the icon as well. You see when it does that? Gets an icon there, and you've got all these icons, elegant icons to choose from here. I'm going to turn that one off. Put a bit of box shadow on the text. Or does it look capitalized? That's okay, it's fine. We can make it a little bit bigger by adding a bit more padding too. So let's give it a bit of box shadow. And then just above box shadow we got spacing. I think it's tall enough, but I just want it a bit wider. So let's give it some more padding left and right. Let's say 50 pixels left and 50 pixels right. Probably go up more. Let's go 80. And as you can see, because I've got that checked, it does both at once. That's fine. I think that's going to do it. So let's save this. Save our page changes down the bottom here. And exit. Save these page changes. Okay, let's now go and visit our site. Now let's check on something. Let's add this to our cart. I think I might go and put this on top of the actual image so it pops up on top first in a moment. That's great. Now let's go check on our cart. We should have our new cart page. There we go. There's our cart page. Now you'll notice that some of these buttons are still sort of blue legending. Let's go in and see if we can't change that with our customizer again. We'll go into our customizer. This time let's go back to buttons. And we'll give it the default background of our purple color. And we'll take the border off. We won't have an icon. And let's go for the hover button style. Background color, we'll make it that darker purple. Again, we've got no border or borders radius, so that's fine. Let's publish that. Let's go to our cart and refresh. And there we have it. That's looking much more in style with what we've got going on with our site. And a little more interesting than our regular cart page there. Let's go ahead to checkout, and it should have done that page also. There we go. Obviously fill all that on in and proceed to PayPal, and we're good to go. We've got our continue shopping button and our sign up form on the bottom of each of those. Of course, you can put in a little shop module if you want to tout some different products. So here's how to customize the cart and checkout pages. Well, we've been rolling through our little e-commerce site here. What we're going to do today is we're going to create a privacy policy page. Really easy to do. And I actually just Googled privacy policy or free privacy policy generators, and this is one I've pulled up. And I simply hit the download privacy policy template. It downloaded a Word file here, which has got everything I need in it. Just have to change your business name to this. I'll put this URL below in case you want to use it. There's plenty different ones out there, or of course you can write your own. So let's start a new page. Before I do that, I want to go in and save a couple of modules. Let's go into my Divi, to my theme builder, and I'm going to steal the header from one of these. Okay, I'm going to steal this header module up here. I'm going to take the whole section. So I'm going to hit the little upload icon there. I'm going to call this page header. And I'm going to save it to my library. Now I'm going to create a new page. Hit the plus button up there, page. I want to call it privacy policy. And I'm going to use the Divi builder. I'm going to build from scratch. Just going to put a module there. Inside I'll put a text module to house our little privacy policy text here. Just going to save that. We'll edit it in a minute. I'm going to add a new section and add that page header. Add from library. There's the page header. I want to put it up to the top. So I literally just left clicked on the little cross there and dragged it up and let go of it. Okay, now inside our little text block here, hit the little cog to go in there. I'm simply going to copy all of this. Control A, Control C to copy. Control V to paste it into my document there. And there we are. Privacy policy done. Now we're going to style it a little bit more. Don't need any of that up the top there. Obviously go through it, customize it how you actually want it. That is a heading 1. Don't think I want it bold. Just have it the same as everything else. It's fine. Let's have a look. You may need to put your business information in there or change some links. But most of this is pretty good actually. It's pretty generic, so it pertains to most businesses. And I'll put my business name in there, which is Divi Store. Great. And I'm just going to put our little sale, never miss a sale module down the bottom. Hit the little add section, add from library again. Never miss. And there it is right there. Only other thing I'm going to do is put some dividers in. Let's go back to the top. Let's go to our section here. Go to design, dividers. For the top one, guess we'll have a nice big curly one again. Why don't we do this one? And again, I'm going to make it about 50, or even let's make it 60% depth. It's inherited the color from the section above, but I need to put my color in there. So let's put that in there. And I want to take the opacity down so everything can be read very easily. I'm going to change that. And we'll put one on the bottom also. And we'll have it 60% also. I'm going to make this one blue. Let's go down there so we can see what's going on. There we go. And again, I want the opacity down so we can read the writing easily, but it's still there in the background. Fantastic. That is going to do it for our privacy policy page. Save our page changes. Once saved, let's exit the visual builder. And there we have it. There's our privacy policy page. Really easy to do. Well, today let's continue on with our build here, and we'll create a contact us page. And that's really easy with the Divi theme. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new page, I'm going to go up to the plus, I'm going to hit new page. But I want to go to my theme builder. So I'm going down to dashboard, Divi, theme builder. Just want to save one of the modules on the page here, which is a bit of a page header. I'd like to reuse it. And it's the page header that we built for our categories. That's this section at the top. I'm going to hit on the save button up there, add to library, create page head. So I've just saved this top section here. I'm going to reuse it in whatever we do today. So I'm going to call a new page contact. I'm going to use the Divi builder. I'm going to build from scratch. And I'm going to put in a sort of 2 columns that one's bigger than the other. I'm going to hold that thought for a moment because I'm also going to add that section that I just borrowed. Page head. There it is. Now I'll move it up to the top. Just left click on the little cross there and pull it up to where you want it. And I'm also going to add our opt-in module as well, because it's always nice when people opt in, never miss a sale. There we go. So they've got that as well. Okay, for our contact, let's give them a phone number, a fax number, and all these sort of things. So I'm going to, in our first column here, I've clicked on the little dark circle. I'm going to add a new module. All these come as standard with Divi. And I'm going to use the fantastic blurb module. And I'm going to put in my telephone number for the actual title of it. So a bit of separate there. There we go. I'm going to get rid of all this junk here because I don't need that. And I'm going to use an icon instead of an image. Image and icon. So I've just gone down. We're still on the content. I've gone down below the text now. Image and icon. I'm going to flip the use icon button to on. And let's see if we can't find a telephone. There we go. That'll do. Fantastic. Well, it's got what I want, but it's not where I want it. So I don't want to link or background this at the moment. Let's go over to design. Image and icon. The actual color is fine. It's the default color I set. But I don't want it on the top. I want it on the side. So on the left. Yeah, that's just what I want there. Okay, so I want my icon to be circled. Now it's circled, you can't see it, so I'm going to make the icon white. And that text is fine, but I want it sort of down in the middle of my icon. That's the title text. That's where we put in our title. So let's go in there. And we'll go down, and I'll just alter the actual line height itself. I think I'll have it blue also, and semi-bold perhaps. There we go. And let's go down, and I'm going to alter the title line so it gets closer to the middle. I'm going to bring it up, which gives it more space each side, which pushes it down. Something like that, right about there. That's great. So okay, now I want to make sure there's no padding top and bottom, because what I'm going to do, if I just save this and clone it, you can see this one's fine, but it's way too far down. So let's leave that there a moment and go back into our original one. We'll go into our spacing, and I think we just need to remove the margin. So I'm on design, spacing, margin top and bottom. I'm going to set that to 0 on both. There we go. That's more like I want them. So that's fine. Let's save that now. Now let's get rid of this one because we haven't changed the margins on that one. And clone this one with the little 2 boxes. And then you can go in there, change the number, go down to the icon, There's a fax machine, or close to it. And I'm going to continue this for a few more things. I'll pause this, no point you watching me repeat myself. Just going to move that one up to the top again. There we go, and I've just put in the last one there using exactly the same method, copying and redoing. If you want more space, obviously just add a bit more padding or margin. Now let's have a little contact form for them. So I'm going to put in a new module here, and here's a contact form, and by default it puts in everything there that I really want in this form. It's got the name, the email address, message, and a captcha that'll stop spamming, and a submit button. Now you can add or delete fields here. There's all kind of different fields to choose from, but we don't need to add anything. That's going to work absolutely perfectly for me right here. But what we do need to do is we need to go in, and for the success message, don't necessarily need a form title. It's a contact page. Success message, something like just so that they know something has happened when they click that button. Now this is the important one, the email. We're still under content email. This is where you want the form to be sent. So when people come to your site and fill out this form, this is the email address it will be sent to. Now if you want them to be redirected to a certain page or something, you can hit the redirect. Perhaps you want them to go to the shop page or the home page, and you can just put a URL in here wherever you want to take them. I'm going to leave mine just as it is, and they'll just stay here, and a little message will pop up. We've already got our captcha with our spam protection there. You can use third-party paid ones as well. So I don't really want to change anything else there. Design wise it works for me too, so I'm going to leave that just as it is. And the only other thing I'm going to do is put a little divider in the back of here just to shake it up a little bit. I'm going to go into my settings, design. I'm in the section, the blue tab, settings, design, dividers, top one. Let's have that flipped around the other way. I'm going to flip that around the other way. I'm going to have it 100%. The whole of the height. That's great. And I want to take that color down in opacity. Just make sure we can see everything through it. Yeah, that's perfectly legible, fine. And let's plonk one on the bottom as well. And again, we'll have a sort of opposite number for this one. Should be something like that or that. And again, I'm going to flip that around the other way. I'm going to give it, say, 40%. I'm going to make it blue. And again, I'm going to take the opacity down on it so it's fairly pale. That way everything's nicely readable through it, but it's there. Okay, and that's it. There's our little contact page. Really simple to do, and we've got a little sign up form if they want to do that too. So let's save our changes and exit the Visual Builder. There we have it. There's a nice little contact page done in no time at all. Well, in the last video we created this privacy policy page here, and what we're going to do today is create a returns policy page, but we'll do it the easy way. What we'll do is we'll clone this page, and I've gone online and there's plenty of free return policies ones there. You can create your own. I'll put this link below the video. You can build your own custom one, or you can just use a generic one. And so I download the policy and it downloads it as a Word document. And they'll ask you to do a little share and return. I've already done that, so that's fine. So let's go to up here to new page. I'm going to call it returns. I'm going to use the Divi builder. This time I'm going to go to choose page, clone an existing page. I'm going to choose the page. And it was privacy policy. There we go. So here we are. It's created our page for us. And I'm going to just simply open my and I'm going to copy this return policy, enable editing. And of course you just go in and change any of the info to suit what you need. Control C to copy. I'm going to go into my little module here and paste that in there. And there, we've pretty much got our page done already. Just save that, tweak anything you need to tweak, put your own details in there, so many days, what have you. Great. Let's go ahead and publish this page and exit the Visual Builder. So there is our returns page. How quick was that? That's great. So all we need to do now is add a couple of pages to the menu. We created a contact us page. We can add that to a menu. And down here we got a privacy policy and a returns that we haven't hooked up yet. So I just need to put those links in there. And then we're almost done with this site. Well, we're almost done with our little e-commerce site here. We've added sale categories and products and pages and this, that and the other. Today what we're going to do is add the secondary menu to this so we can add the new pages that we've added. And we'll just do a bit of housekeeping on this menu. I want to add a home page to this. I want to get rid of the search, and I think I'll put the cart up on the top menu when we put it on. Okay, so to do that, first thing we need to do is actually create a new menu for us to use on the top there with the new pages we built. So let's go to the dashboard. We'll go to Appearance, Menus. Now here's our original one. I want to add the home page to it. There's the home page. And I think I want to add the shop page to it as well, because we got a sales page but actually not a shop page. So let's add the shop page to it as well. And just left click and drag and put it where you want it. And we'll save that one. Now if we have a look at that page and refresh, those should appear up here. There we go, home, shop. Fantastic. So let's add our next menu. We'll go back to the menus page. I'm going to go here and hit the create a new menu link. I'm going to call my menu top. Let's create the menu with the little button over here. And add the pages we want to put up there. Well, I want the returns page we created, the privacy policy. We'll have my account up there. We'll have checkout and cart at the top there. And let's have, we've got my account, that'll do for login, so that's good. I've checked them. Let's hit the add to menu button. That's fine. That's pretty much the order I want them in. Let's put there. I also want to put our contact us page. I'm not seeing our contact us page here. I know we made it. Perhaps it's still a draft. Let's save this menu, open our pages, And there's the contact. It's a draft, so I'm going to go into quick edit. I'm going to publish it. Obviously don't publish it unless you know you're happy with it. I know I'm happy with that one. We just used it as a draft the other day. So we've published that one now. Let's go back to our menus. And we've saved our menu. There's the contact page appeared there. There we go. And we'll put that one up before my account. So you've got contact, my account, returns, privacy policy, checkout, and cart. Great. Let's save that menu now. And we want to put it somewhere. So I'm going to go to my theme customizer. For these don't know where the theme customizer is, just go down to Divi. And it's the third one down, theme customizer. And here we are. Looks like I need to refresh on this. Still showing the old menu there. Okay, that's better. Okay, let's add our second menu. So what we want to do, we go down to where it says menus. And here's top, the one I've just created. Where do we want to put it? Well, remember, this is the primary menu right here. So the I don't want to assign it to primary. I want to assign it to the secondary. When I do that, you will see the secondary appear on top. And there it is. And it's actually come up with exactly the right color that I wanted it to, because I've set that as my accent color for the theme. But had you not, if you go back to menus, now we can go down to header and navigation to the secondary menu, and you can color it however you wish down here. Make your text bigger or smaller. And then we've got the contact, my account, returns, privacy policy, checkout, cart, which is right there, and it's showing that they've got 11 items in it, which is ideal. I just wanted to get rid of that search magnifying glass there. I'm going to take the text size up on this menu slightly, say to 14 or something, so it should be the same as it is below. It's about right. Yeah, okay, that works great. So let's go back now and get rid of that little search icon up there. So let's go to header elements, and if you look in there's a little checkbox, just uncheck it and the search icon's gone. So that's it. I believe we're done. Let's publish this. Now let's check out a page. When I refresh, we should have our new bar on the top with our new pages. There we go, fantastic. We're about done with this site. In the next video, I'm going to show you a plugin that I use, absolutely free, and I use it for backing up my site, and you can also use it for transferring your site. It's great. So we'll do that in the next video. So I hope you found that useful and enjoyed it. If you have, please ring the bell, give it a thumbs up, comment, share, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Well, we've pretty much finished our little e-commerce site here now. We've added simple products, variable products, contact forms, shop pages, brand pages, sale pages. So now you've got your site all up and running, you're ready to start selling products. What are you going to do to protect it? Now, sometimes when you update WordPress or you add a new plugin or something, it can break your site if there's things that don't all work together safely. And I use a great little free plugin called WP Vivid to back up my site on a regular basis. So if there's any trouble, I can just restore it at the click of a button. And it's absolutely free, and I'll show you how I do it. So let's go down to our plugins page, dashboard, plugins. I'm going to hit the add new button. And I'm going to type WP Vivid. WP-VIVID in the search, and it'll bring up this little plugin right here with the blue cloud. Like I say, it's absolutely free. Go ahead and install it. Once installed, let's go ahead and activate. And here we are, it's activated. And it couldn't be easier. Just hit the backup now button to back it up. I'm going to back up the whole of the database and files, which is the whole site. Basically, you can just do the files or just the database if you want to. Now this plugin works for me on, I literally got it on hundreds of sites. Only time I've had it give us a problem is with large sites over about a gigabyte in size, and it's not a problem with a plugin. What happens usually, it's the hosting provider like GoDaddy or what have you times out because it takes so long. But for most sites, if they're reasonable size, this should work perfectly. So let's go ahead and just do a backup. I'm going to hit the backup now button, and you will see a progress bar start at the top here. I'll pause this while it's doing it. This probably won't take more than a couple of minutes as it's a small site. And there we have it, we're done. And if we look down below a little bit, here's our first backup today. And we can download it, keep it a safe copy offside if you want to. Hit the download button, then it'll create your download. Hit the download, and it will download it to your computer. Now if you wanted to transfer this site somewhere, this is what you'd use. You just install WordPress on the new site you want to transfer to, install the WP Vivid plugin, and then drag this file up using the upload button, load it, and you can restore your whole site to a fresh WordPress install in seconds. Okay, the next great feature of this is the schedule, or schedule, however you like to say it. You can enable a backup schedule. Perhaps I want mine to do mine, I guess I'll just do it fortnightly, which is every 2 weeks. And I want it to do the database and files. And we can save the backups to a local host. Basically, that's either on your service provider, or I'm building mine locally on my machine here. So it's going to save it in probably your WordPress contents folder, in a little folder, WordPress Vivid's backups. You can actually save it to a Dropbox or to a Google or all kind of different cloud services there. It's giving me a flag because I haven't chosen one. I've set up Dropbox before now, works perfectly. It does take a little bit longer to back up because it's got to port those files over to whatever your chosen one is. But I'm going to select 2 weekly and local. Just going to save those changes. Now if you wanted to set up your backup storage, just go to the remote storage tab, and you can enter your Google or your Dropbox drive info here, and all you have to do, we'll click on perhaps the Dropbox. If you open your Dropbox and hit the authenticate, it'll authenticate for you and set up everything for you, so it's very easy to set up. Okay, so we've done our backup. Let's prove it actually works. Let's change something simple. I'll change the date on the timer there. Okay, once the builder loads, let's go down and just change something silly. Let's just change a letter on this huge sale banner. There we go. And just for good measure, we'll change the timing on this one to something like 33 days. There we go. Save our changes. And exit the visual builder. Okay, so we're selling luges now, and we're selling them for 33 days. So let's go and recover our site and get it back to how it was. I'm going to go back into my plugins, to my WP Vivid Backup and Restore tab. Simply going to go down to the backup that we just created and hit the Restore button. Now, that's not been a problem for me, the packet size. It's because I'm doing it on localhost. I'm just going to hit the Restore button. It's going to ask me to confirm. And it says the restore is complete. Let's hit the OK button. So here's where we were. Now when I refresh this page, it should go back to how we had it. Huge sale with a couple of days left on it. There we go. And it really is as simple as that. That restore took less than 2 minutes, and it's a great little feature. So I hope you've enjoyed that and found it useful. Well, in our last video we installed a plugin so we could back up our site. Another little handy plugin I'm going to demonstrate today is a caching plugin, and what that does is that saves in memory sort of some snapshots of your site, so when people come back to it a second time, it'll load it an awful lot quicker. So let's go ahead. This plugin's absolutely free too. I'm going to go to our dashboard, down to the plugins. I'm going to hit add new, and I'm going to type in WP fastest cache, C-A-C-H-E, and there it is right there, and it's absolutely free. It's got over 3,000 installs with 5-star. So I'm going to go ahead and hit the install now button. And no, this isn't strictly a Divi video right here. This is just to optimize your site a little bit after we've built it with the Divi theme here. Now go ahead and activate it. And here it is right here, and there's not a lot you have to do. You can tweak the settings if you want to. I find that usually the default settings are good. I'm going to enable the cache. The ones that are grayed out here are enabled with the Pro version. This is the free version. Create a cache of the site. We'll preload the home page. That's okay. Don't show cache version for logged in users. No point doing that really. We don't want to show the cache version for desktop to mobile users. Every time you post a new page or a post that will include a product, you want it to clear the cache, and you can always do that manually too. Clear all the cache. Same with that one. And you can decrease the size of the page by minifying the HTML code. That's a good idea too, and the CSS, and it can combine all the CSS files there, which will further reduce it, and the JavaScript files, gzip files from your server. Browser caching, that's what I was talking about earlier. Reduce page load time for repeat visitors, so if they've got it once, it will stay in the cache of their browser and load so much faster the next time. You can remove emojis if you want to there. I'm going to leave that one unchecked because I don't mind having those. Language is English, that's absolutely fine. So that'll work for me, and you can delete the cache at any time here. If you upload a product or a page and you're not sure, just delete the cache and it'll free it all up for you. Image optimization, I'm pretty sure that's only available in the Pro version, yeah, as are these other features. You can exclude pages if you need to here. I've never actually bothered using this, but you can if you want to. If you want to use a CDN such as Cloudflare, I use Cloudflare. Again, it's a free service. You can get a free SSL for your site with Cloudflare. You can do so here. And the database is only available with the previous version, so we're good to go. Like I say, just check any ones that you feel are appropriate to you. If something isn't working correctly, you can come back in and uncheck them. So we've submitted that, we're good to go. And like I say, that will just speed up the load time. It caches things, especially for people that come back. And there's a little button up the top now. You can clear all the cache, or you can clear the cache for the minified CSS and JavaScript on its own there. So there it is. You won't see any particular difference right now, but when your visitors visit, it will load faster for them. So there you go. There's another little quick tip about speeding up and optimizing your site. Well, we're pretty much finished with this e-commerce store. I'm just going to be sort of adding things here and there that may be useful. Today we've got regular products and shippable products. Let's add a virtual downloadable product, something like an ebook or something like that. So let's get started. Going to go up to new, going to go up to product. And let's call this an ebook. We don't need to use the Divi builder today because we've added custom styles with the theme builder for all our products. So I'm just going to put simple description in here. The first thing I do want to say though is because it's a downloadable product, I'm going to put this bit of line of code text in there, just saying that this ebook download link will be sent to the email address that you provide on purchase, and I'm going to make that a heading. So people know that after the purchase they will get an email with the download link to this product. Okay, that's great. Now you just want to put something in about your ebook or whatever product it is. I don't have anything to say, so I'm going to go over to lipsum.com and just grab some dummy text here. I'll put this in for the short description. And I'll put that in for the short description down there, and I'll add a bit more to the long description up the top here. There we go, so they know all about it now. Now for the actual product itself, it's going to be a simple product. It's going to be downloadable. We'll give it a regular price of say $4.99, and let's put it on sale for $3.99. Good feature about sale is you can actually schedule it to go on sale at certain times if you want to. Okay, and I need to add a file for the actual file that's going to be downloadable. So here I'm going to choose the file, and I've got my little file here. Back to the top code PDF, hit the upload files. I'm just going to drag it over and drop it in there. Now this would work for any sort of download. If it was a zip file for software or an MP3 file for music, if you want to do music downloads, it would work in the same way. So I'm going to insert the file URL. Here it is. And we'll say tech ebook. You can put a limit on the amount of downloads or times they can download it. You know, if you just want them to download it 10. If you're worried they're distributing it, download expires never, or you can set a date. It's in a number of days, so we'll say 10 days, 10 downloads. It's taxable, and it's got a standard tax class with whatever tax classes you set up in WooCommerce there. So we're pretty much there for this. I want to add a product image. I've got a little image over here. I'll set that product image. Just for interest, I'm going to just chuck a couple of other images in there for the gallery, just purely for interest. Now it wants to have a category, and it's really none of the ones that we've got at the moment. So let's add a new category and call it download. And any products that can be downloaded you can put in this category, because we don't want it showing up with our laptops and desktops, or maybe you do. If you do, then just add whatever category you want it to show up right there, and you should find now I've created that. There it is at the top there, and it's checked it off. Okay, so I think we've got everything good here. Let's publish. Now it's published. Let's preview our changes. And here it is. There's our little ebook. There's all the stuff about it. Now let's go ahead and add it to cart. I'm working on localhost here, so here's a little notification. View cart. I'm working on localhost, so it can't send out the emails to me. Look at all these things. So let's get rid of. Let's just change this and update our cart and just keep only the book in there and go ahead and make a purchase with it. Okay, update cart. Now we're going to notice something when we look at this item in the cart. It's charges $20 for shipping. Now you don't want to be charging people $20 for shipping on a $3.99 download. They're probably not going to like that too much. So what we need to do to fix that is go back into our product. And we just need to enable the virtual box here. And what that'll do, that will negate the shipping there. That'll disappear. There we have it. And in case you're wondering, a virtual product would be something like a service, something like that that you do, or you know, that would be so you don't download it and you don't ship it, you actually do it for them. Okay, so we've done that. Now let's update and we'll try that again. And we'll preview our changes again. Get rid of the cart. I'll add it to the cart and we'll take one of them away. So let's add it to the cart. And go and check out our cart. That's better. So there's no shipping on there now, which is what we want, but I still only want one of them. Thank you very much. Update the cart. Great, $3.99. Let's proceed to checkout. I hope I got Sandbox enabled on here, else I'm going to pay myself $3.99. And I'll just put in the Okay, before I proceed to PayPal, I'm just going to check I've got my Sandbox enabled. So let's go to our dashboard here. We'll go to WooCommerce, Settings, Payments, PayPal, Manage. I'm going to turn the enable PayPal Sandbox on, and down at the bottom I have to put in my Sandbox API credentials. Let's go back to my checkout here and refresh. There we go, we got Sandbox enabled now. I didn't want to end up paying myself. So let's proceed to PayPal now. Now once we're on PayPal, you want to notice that it says Sandbox up there, just not regular paypal.com. That's how you know you're not making a real transaction. And we'll log in. There we go, and we'll pay with any of these that Sandbox has kindly given us. For Sandbox setup instructions, watch the previous video that I did on that. You'll find it in the playlist below. Great, so let's return to our merchant. And it's all done, and it tells them they've been sent a receipt to their email. Now we can continue shopping. Now, if there's a problem of some sort and they say they don't get their little ebook or whatever it is, you can go back now to your dashboard. Now that we've completed this transaction, we've got to make sure it's completed. We can go to our orders. And there it is. There's the order I put in a few minutes ago. And if we look at it, it's saying it's pending payment because that PayPal sandbox didn't actually do anything for us. So let's mark it as completed. Then we'll update. Let's refresh this page. Now if we go down to the bottom, you must refresh the page. Downloadable product permissions. If you haven't marked it as complete and refreshed the pages, you won't get this. If you click on the actual dark text there, there'll be a drop down. It'll tell you how many times they've downloaded it. Or if there's a problem, you can copy the download link. Just hit the button, it'll copy it to your dashboard, and you can send it directly to your customer. So there you have it. That is how to add a virtual product or a downloadable product to your Divi theme e-commerce store. So I hope you've enjoyed that and found it useful. If you have, please ring the bell, give it a thumbs up, share, comment and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Once again, this has been Jamie from System22 and webdesignandtechtips.com. Thanks for watching. Have a great day.